subscribe, hit that notification button. Don't forget to share this video with your fellow veterans. You're on mute, Don. Good afternoon, everyone. You know who it is. My name is Dwayne. I got a video for that Kimball, United States Army veteran, retired VA rating specialist, and your VA Claim Nugget Man. I am joined today by a fellow vet, my business partner, Don Freed, Marine veteran, wanted to be Army all his life, but he decided to go in the Marines.
Good
What's
afternoon.
going on, Don?
Hello. Yeah, I guess. Am I like pseudo Army now? Most of you. Good afternoon. And I guess it's Christmas Eve. Happy Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Likewise. So decided to go live today. My family's actually just finished eating. They're going to go out of town here in a few hours. And I was like, you know what? I'll jump on live and spend Christmas Eve with some other veterans and take some questions. So before we get into today's information, we are going to be discussing a lot today, some stuff about 2026. But before I do that, I want to recognize the sponsors of KMD89 VA Claims Consulting. We start with Tampa Counseling and Wellness here in sunny Tampa, Florida. And yes, people, if you are up north, I would hate to be you. It is warm. I just put the hose in the pool. I was like, man, I got to put some water in my swimming pool.
It's hot outside. That's right.
Yeah. I was like, man, shorts and t-shirt weather. So if you need a mental health DBQ, Tampa Counseling and Wellness is for you. All my sponsors, the links, their contact information can be found in the description section of any of my videos. If you need a medical DBQ and Nexus statement, you want to reach out to, Access Medical in Lafayette, Louisiana. Dr. Freeman and his team can take care of you. Actually, Dr. Freeman worked for all three third-party contractors, and then he branched out on his own, and now he does this for veterans through his own company. And if you need a mental health and or DBQ, make sure you reach out to American Heroes in Columbus, Ohio. Okay, Dr. Hanners and that team, they'll take care of you. Again, their links is in the description section. The last sponsor is My Life and Wishes. Now, My Life and Wishes is, I think it's really special because it gives veterans something that they need. When I talk to veterans, I say, do you have I ask them, do they have the rating decision, their CMP exam? They be like, I moved and I don't know where it's at. With My Life and Wishes, you can upload these documents. Okay, you can upload these documents to this software and you can give access to your loved ones. So at the time of your unfortunate passing, then during their grief, they don't have to look for the insurance papers. They don't have to look for.
You got all the docs.
Right there, they got all the docs. You can just log in there, and we log in. You upload the documents. They log in. They can download your DD-214, your trust, will, rating decision, whatever you upload, you give them access to. Okay, so it's awesome, and you get 50% off. That coupon code is in the description section. And with that, that's a one-time payment. I think he gave veterans what, Don, like $250? It's regularly $499, but half off.
It's down under $300, like just over $200.
Yep. So definitely, you all want to take advantage of that. So happy holidays to everyone. Before we get into our main topic, I am going to take a couple of questions first, Don, before we kick it off. Man, got to put my glasses on. And
I need to get glasses.
I know, right? We got Grace here. I don't know how to get rid of this. This format over here on the left-hand side.
Oh yeah, it's showing the live streams.
Yeah,
I don't see that stuff. There should be a layout.
Yeah, I didn't select it. So, all right. So we got Grace. Grace, hopefully you are not driving. I asked Grace what she was cooking, and she did. Oh, she said she's not cooking. All right. Season's greetings. May everyone have a blessed Christmas and prosperous 2026. To all, stay safe and please check in on your fellow veterans. That is so true. And just as a quick nugget, people, somebody asked me the other day, Don, it's like, hey, when is the best time to file a claim? End of October, 1st November, because after they came out of shutdown, they offered overtime. So they're doing a little bit of overtime, people, and they're trying to make that money before Christmas. Well, we're already here, but even every year, when I worked there, it wasn't a shutdown. That was the time to file a claim. October, early October, November, early December, and a lot of veterans were getting CMP exams quick. I mean, really quick. A lot of overtime going on. All right, Grace says, Dwayne, can you explain? There's a new Q's about, is that Q's or questions about meds? I think the examiner asked or on a DBQ. I think it has something to do with a recent case, just letting you know. Your instrumental. Everyone can do this just by applying themselves. That is correct. Adhering to your nuggets and becoming a member of your benefits navigator. That is so true, Grace. Thank you. I haven't heard of that new regulation. I try to keep up with them, but more so on the compensation side, opposed to things as it laws that they're enacting as it may impact the Department of Veterans Affairs. U.S. Army Grunt, hello, Dwayne. Hope you are having a good day, sir. I am. So we have 54 people in here right now. Make sure you go ahead and hit that like button and let me know how long do you want me to go live today? Okay. Let me know. There you go, Don. Grace says, hey, Don. And Grace still hadn't told us.
So the last question. Hey, Grace.
Yeah. John, Merry Christmas, brothers and sisters. Merry Christmas. All right, Don, after this next question, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you explain about some new stuff that we got coming up in 2026. Well, actually, we're doing something next Monday, but right before we get into that, I'm going to take care of this question. Blessings, I'm 100% PNT. Would it be worth it if I apply for SMCK or ED? How much more of an increase would it be? And should I get diagnosed before filing for it? Or, get diagnosed, get a diagnosis. I want to say SMCK is like an extra 130, 140 bucks, somewhere around there. But you can go to the VA's website and look on the SMC compensation, and it will tell you to pay out for all the SMCs, okay? All the SMCs. All right, Don, go ahead and take it over. Let veterans know what we got going on next Monday and next year.
I know it's almost the end of the year. 2025 has been one of the fastest, and for us, it's been a whirlwind since we launched in October, huh? I mean, it's just flown by.
Oh, yeah.
And we're excited to even keep growing, keep the momentum going into the new year. And, we were working with people on the software, and our, hats off to any of our beta people out there. Grace has been around the ecosystem for some time, but people just wanted more. How can we connect more and take the software deeper into their claims processes? And, we put our brains together and came up with the university. So we're excited to bring that to live in February, 1st of February. So we're going to do a special webinar on the 29th. We've been a little quiet about it, just mainly because it's the holidays and, people aren't really, tuning in as much. So, but the 29th and come the 1st, you're going to hear a lot about it, because it's kind of like our launch, Dwayne. I don't know why we keep shortchanging ourselves on launching stuff, maybe because we're just excited to get it out. But we're only leaving ourselves another 30 days to get this one out the door. So just like the last launch, I'm sure it'll go smooth. But what is the university? Tune in. Well, Dwayne's got a link to that right down below. We did kick it off on Black Friday, and so we're just keeping that special running through the very first cohort launch, just because we're excited to get it out there and get people involved. But essentially, it is a training schedule. We've created a number of firsts around here. We were the first to bring and develop software that we're patenting right now to help simplify the VA claims process. We extracted everything out of this guy's brain that he's compiled over 15 years and simplified the process of connecting you to the diagnostic codes, which is very central to your claim. It should be central to your claim strategy because that's the VA language. That's what the raters speak. That's the guardrails that they have to rate your claim. And so we've done a great job at unpacking the complexity behind that. What, Dwayne, 1,000+ lines of diagnostic codes? I mean, this man went through them, every single one of them. But we mapped the software to that system. And so it really helps connect you to the information you need to work your claim. And in a very simple way, you're just clicking a couple buttons. If anybody's ever researched the CMP, the Code of Federal Regulations, that's a 38 CFR. He's got the book behind him there. I mean, it is a mountain of a website, and it's very complex to navigate, let alone understand. And so we've simplified that process. Now, expanding upon that, Dwayne launched his book later this year too. And so when I got into this, I was like, Dwayne, everybody's got to have this knowledge. I mean, he files a claim in this book. It's no surprise. It's doing really well. It's adding a lot of value to people, but it's the entire strategy of what the software was built upon. And so when I read the book, I was like, we got to connect to this. So we turned this into our curriculum. Mm-hmm. This is what the university is going to be. We don't develop your claims. We're never going to be that. We are an education institute. That's what we are. And we pride ourselves on just educating people. We love the analogy of teaching a man to fish. You know, if we can teach you how to write and develop your claims and your claims strategy, you can then help the next person or, help yourself get your process done. And so, we pride ourselves on remaining that, and we will never develop claims, but we're going to handhold you. In the university, we are going chapter by chapter. We are going to file a claim, our own, what we call it, mock claim. And during that process, guess who else can develop their claim? The students. So you're going to be doing it yourselves, and we're going to be there to really walk you through the process. The book does a great job of the why, the strategy, what I should be doing, when I should be doing it. And so we're very blessed to have this kind of fall in on our laps. I mean, we just kind of fell into it. It wasn't really the intention. We were bringing the software out to market, and then when it just fell in place, right? I mean, the software, the book, and now the university is what we love to frame it as is the trifecta. It's really the three of these things coming together is very powerful for people. So we've structured a few different ways that you could to engage in the university. So I don't know if we want to jump into that, but we're going to launch 2 cohorts, and it's going to stretch. It's not going to be super intensive. It's 1 hour every other week, so 2 hours a month. But yes, you do have homework. You're going to be required to read the book. I mean, we're here to work. We're going to pour value into you and the students that are attending. And so here's our class breakdown. And we'll probably end up condensing this down. We've been talking about it, but right now we're like, hey, let's stretch it out, do a very casual 5 months. Everybody should be at some place in the claims process or have filed an intent to file, which gives you a year. So really, this is plenty of time to really develop your claim while we go through this process, because that's exactly what we're going to be doing, leveraging our software and the great value that you have in this book, the structure you have in the book. So you're going to be following along. Everybody's going to get a book. You're going to get access to the software. And so you could just, we're here to win and help you guys win. And hopefully we start filling these things up. But we're going to run 2. We're prepared to run 2. So if we have the interest there, we're going to try to keep it smaller to start with in group settings, just so we can get, the lay of the land. We've never done this before, but we are going to be educators now. So Dwayne's always been an educator. He's prided himself on, can I just say, 800 YouTube videos?
Yeah, I got an alert the other day.
YouTube videos. And just pushing the value out there to everybody. It's a complex process. My dad, 3-war veteran, took him 15 years. Took me 6 years to get there. Took several years for many people I know in my space. But once I learned through Dwayne what to do, started helping other people around me, being a beacon for them, answering questions the best I can, right? Or point somebody in the right direction. Again, we never try to get involved and do that directly. There's a lot of great VSOs and things to work for free to leverage. There's paid options out there that are very costly to people. I mean, some of these attorneys are getting upwards of 30-some thousand, I think, per claim. They can rack up. So we wanted a low cost option to just become the industry standard for people. Nobody's ever had a place to go, but now you do. And you've got a place built on a foundation of Dwayne's 9 years inside of the VA as a rater, and your last 7 years now. Has it been 7 years since you've been out?
Wow. Yeah, around that 7. Yeah, 7.
But 15 years of collective knowledge, because when you got out, you were actually helping build claims. That's what he started for years. Got burned out because you got too good at marketing. He marketed himself too good, and he got so busy, he burned himself out, and he really poured into the YouTube channel and been very successful at building up your reputation and the value you bring to the community there. Again, you can go there and get all you could eat and figure it out, but we've mapped it to certain steps. We've built software to simplify the process. And now we've packaged that together with the university, and we're excited to get it out there. Come February 3rd will be the first one.
February 3rd is cohort 1, and February 12th is cohort 2. Do you want to break down the different tiers here, Don? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, let's run through them. And so let's drop the link to. I don't think I have chat capability, but can you stream the link for the webinar on the 29th? Because we're doing a special webinar just on the 29th, just to start promoting the university and doing Q&A specifically on that. But we structured 3 things. So we really thought, okay, where's somebody at in the claims process? What are people paying out there? And then how much time are we going to have to pour into this too? There's several team members behind us as well. But we've got tier 1. If you just know, hey, I'm all in on the claims process, for $2,500, that's all you could eat. You can come to as many cohorts, classes as you want. You got unlimited access to the software. Basically, that's lifetime access to the university and the software. That'll get you across the boat. That'll get you across the border there. Now, this tier 2 is really priced for somebody who's, you're probably at some level of rating and you need 1 or maybe 2 rounds of claims to really get you over the hump. That's what we structured tier 2 for. So you'll get 2 rounds of classes there. And again, access to the software for 18 months. So we're really packing in the value. You got 18 months to go through 2 classes. We had to put a cap on it just because we didn't want to keep the tracking process. And we say, hey, you need to be engaged in using the system. There's no reason why you can't get through 2 classes in 18 months. That's 2 full claims that you should be developing in that time frame, and that's modestly priced again at $14.97. Now we dropped these prices down. These are going to go up eventually. These are our launch prices, and then we've got the tier 3 foundation is $9.97. Maybe you just want to dip your toe in the water. Maybe you just need 1 round of claims, but you'll get software and the subscription for free. The book is included as well because that's our curriculum, and then you get the class for 5 months. So that'll get you there. Or if you're just testing it out, say, hey, is this a fit for me? All of these are backed by a money back guarantee. So it's really risk free. If you go through the first month and you just say, hey, I don't like this. This isn't for me. I don't see why you wouldn't like this, because we're just fun to be around. And, we're pretty fun guys, and we have a lot of value to give. But if that's not the case, we'll give you your money back. We're not even going to question it. We're just going to full refund, back. Thank you, handshake, and then, keep it friendly. So we're not going to be sticklers about that at all. But you got to do it in the first 30 days, because you're going to know or not. So, but we want people along for the ride and who are ready to, get in on their next claim. So this is very exciting for us. And again, just to reiterate, we are not claims agents. We are not developing claims. We are educating you, hand-holding you as we develop a claim. And that's your time to ask a lot of questions about the process, what we're doing, the curriculum, the software, how to bring it all together. So very excited to have that launch. But you can join us the 29th. We're doing a little bit of that today as we celebrate Christmas. And then the 29th will be, again, our next live, doing Q&A around this. And you're going to see a lot more promotions in January. So look forward to having you guys join us.
Now, if someone can't pay this amount, will they have an option for a payment plan?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we didn't touch on that. So we did partner with a couple institutions that will do financing. So at checkout, if you go through the process, I believe Affirm is one, and I don't remember the other off the top of my head, but you have a couple options to actually finance it with somebody too. So if you wanted to break it out into payments, there's options for that in the checkout process as well.
All right. And, oh, excuse me. Man, I don't know what's going on. All right. So, really super excited. I was super excited about this university because, one, I haven't come across anything out there like it. Like Don said, in the book, I'm filing a claim, okay? And you can follow along. First card is 5 months. It's people getting decisions in less time than that, okay? So if you decide to sign up, make sure you show up, because once we start, even though we're going to be meeting every 2 weeks, it's going to be fast paced, because there's some things that you're going to have to be doing outside of class. It's not just like, oh, just let me come to class and sit there and we're going to be doing all this talking. No, you need to be going through the process as well. So I'm explaining what I'm doing and why I'm doing it based on, information in the book. And here's the thing, people, check this out. I did some research this morning on a YouTube video. I'm going to post it maybe second or third week of next month. Did you know that the person that's representing you and the VA can recognize them, and they don't have to be accredited? One person can represent a veteran one time. And in that video, I'm explaining the regulations. And a lot of people probably filled out that VA form 21-22 alpha and didn't even notice the VA tells them on that form, because that's the form you need. And guess what? So, for example, what I'm saying is, I could have said, Don, I'm going to represent you before the VA. And there's a 38 CFR that says, yes, I could do it. And so I can do it as a non-accredited individual under a particular
30. That's right. Yeah. When I took over his
particular 38 CFR, right? And when both veterans sign that, or both individuals, the veteran and his other individual, signs that 21-22 alpha, I get access to your VA claims folder in VBMS. Okay. But it's only one time. I don't want to spoil the fun, but I'm going to break down the regulations and the citations in that upcoming video. Okay. So that's something that, if you're doing it for your husband, your wife, or friend, or someone like that, the university is the best place to follow along. All right. So let's get back into some questions here. Chevy, excuse me. Merry Christmas. I have an upcoming HLR with informal conference in 2 weeks. Your video helps me organize my info and gave me more confidence. There it is, people. You have to know what you're talking about when you're at that high-level review informal conference, okay? Don has some experience with those. Have you, Don?
It could be very powerful. I didn't even know about those as an option until I brought my last problem to Dwayne, and he said, "Oh, well, let me tell you. One, I got a video for that. Two, this is what's going on." And so I think that's what I appreciate the most about what we're doing between the trifecta. We're always trying to take over the WOVA piece,
Yeah.
but the education is very powerful, and what comes out of just learning to use the software, even before we had the book going on or the university, there's a lot of power when we're doing our live training calls in people asking questions like this. So this has come up a couple times in our training sessions, and we go very well, we give a lot in our training of the software, and we do a lot of commentary around this type of stuff. But watch the video, one, look it up. He's got several videos on it, and then be prepared. And with your claim, everything, you can lay it all out there and make sure that you should be asking them to adjudicate the claim right there on the spot. And that's what happened with me. Within, I think, 48 hours, I had a decision letter because the guy just saw the error in the ways of the VA and said, "Hey, that's not right. Let me make this, good." And then it was done. So if you've got your case well laid out, and be prepared, and also be ready. They tried to pull a fast one. I don't know what happened in the world of the Matrix. I was there 15 minutes doing push-ups, getting ready for the phone call, standing by the phone, just looking at it. 5 minutes goes by. There's a text message saying, "Oh, sorry, we missed your call," leaving you a voicemail. Text the guy back like, "Oh, no, mother effer. Listen here. I'm standing right here. The phone never rang." I don't know what happened in the world, but, there's some things that they could pull too about dropping voicemails in your phone. So do be on the watch for that stuff and call them out on stuff. If you know in your heart that this is the right path, you don't have to be rude about it. Just say, "Hey, these are the facts." Prevent the facts and stay factual. And that's what I think what's great with what we're doing is we're rooted in the facts. We're showing you the facts through the software, the 38 CFR. We're rooted in the facts on the strategy of what to do, built on this. We are the West Point of the VA claims world. Let's claim that.
Yeah, the West Point, right? All right. So here's a fellow Marine Devil Dogs, right?
All right.
Devil Dogs, okay.
There's always one out there. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, 352.
Can you discuss secondaries to tinnitus? There's several, okay? Particularly bruxism and sleep apnea if they apply. I don't recall ever seeing sleep apnea claim secondary to tinnitus, not saying that it can't be or there's no medical studies out there. I just haven't seen it or I can't recall seeing it. The best thing to do, whatever condition that you have or diagnosis that you have that you think is due to tinnitus, ringing in the ears, ask a medical professional outside of the VA. I would say outside of the VA. I think you'll get a more truthful answer. So if you're claiming anything secondary to a service-connected condition, you always want to make sure you ask an examiner, mental health or a medical professional. Grace says, "Not cooking. I just make deviled eggs. Family is rib, roast, ham, Cornish hens, greens, mac. What? Been shrimp, rice, beans, sweet pot." She says she's not cooking. Already. Yeah. She say beans, shrimp, rice. Are you in Louisiana?
She just makes the deviled eggs. That's her part.
That's sounds like everybody else. Yeah. All right. Merry Christmas. All right. It's Caldwell. Whatever else, desserts galore. Okay. All right. What is Rule 33? I think Sally had another comment here. "This concerns my husband's unemployability. He passed in 2018. I have yet to get his TDIU. My condolences to you and your family." Sally. The first thing you want to do, I have a video where I talk about DIC, okay, and see if you qualify. So if a veteran passes away from a service-connected condition, you could possibly be entitled to DIC. Make sure you watch their video. Look at I share the citations that cover the criteria for a spouse to receive DIC. And it's not automatic. Sally, it is not automatic. You have to apply for it. Okay.
We got that with
And
my
those,
dad too. Yeah, and mom.
yeah. And those claims, I don't think they have a. Did it take a long time for you all done? I think you said it was a few months though, wasn't it?
It was rather. It still took 4 months, probably about 3-4 months. Still, it was very similar to just the process. So but stand by for that one.
Yeah,
But there are limitations. I'm looking for your DIC video now on the channel.
Yeah, they don't
that
make those claims a priority.
Right.
Sally, unfortunately. Man, you owe T. Hey, Dwayne, if I'm 100% not paying T, that means you have a routine future exam. And I have a video explaining routine futures. Moving to Italy, is there a chance they'll recall me to the States to reset everything? Yes, if you don't change or update your address, they're just going to send whenever it comes that routine future comes due. That's where they're going to send you information. So if you go overseas, you might want to make sure you update your address, and also connect with FMP, Foreign Medical Program. I have a video explaining it, and it has a link. I just did another video where I was talking about call the right numbers. I haven't posted it yet, but I recorded it and it's an edit. But when I'm talking about, I'm sharing, taking to the VA's website, and there's a link, a website landing page in the VA's on the VA's website where it has all these numbers, and one of those 800 numbers on there is for the FMP program. People, whenever you move, you want to contact the VA. You want to contact VHA, Veterans Healthcare Administration, if you're registered with them, and you want to contact VBA, Veterans Benefit Administration, the compensation people, let them know you moved and give them the updated address. Now, excuse me, back when I rated, I used to see a lot of veterans, they'll go to the local VA medical center and update their address, which is what you're supposed to do. But they'll never contact VBA. They'll be like, well, I told the VA. No, you told VHA. There's 3 different subcomponents to the VA: VBA, VHA, and NCA. And there's different departments under each one of those, okay? So especially VHA is separate from VBA, and you have to update your address on both sides, okay? Hey, Dwayne, I want to ask you what can cause an exam rework. I wouldn't say it's a rework, an addendum. Maybe the examiner forgot to check something on a particular C&P exam. Maybe they forgot to complete a medical opinion with rationale. Something like that could cause it. Merry Christmas, Dwayne and guests. I wanted to get your thoughts on Rated HQ and Vet AI. I cannot tell you. I think Rated HQ, I think Rated HQ is a YouTube channel, but a lot of people ask, do you watch other people's channel? No. And I don't mean that to be something negative. It takes a lot to do this YouTube stuff, people. Don knows my Mondays are YouTube Mondays. And I'm locked in. I'm doing research. I'm recording. I'm doing shorts. I'm looking at analytics. I'm, meeting with my team, doing certain stuff. So a lot of the things that I do or I am subscribed to on YouTube, I'm listening to music while I'm working. Okay. I am going to partner with another YouTube channel. It's called Prepare to Compete podcast. It's 2 gentlemen that owns that company. They work with veterans on the compensation side. And one of them is a VA rater himself. And we're going to do monthly videos and possibly maybe get into some Q&As. Actually, I had him on a live stream. I don't know if it was this year or last. I think it was last year. I had him on on a live stream to take some questions. But he was a rater trained by the VA, and we're going to be doing monthly videos for you. So definitely make sure you go and check out their YouTube channel as well.
Don watches those channels though.
Oh yeah.
I'll talk to them. Now, I do like the Vet Claims AI gentleman. I think he does really great content. You know, when we built the software, we thought we started building with AI with the intention to have AI integrated into it. But when we started down that road, we saw there's a lot of complexities to the 38 CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations. AI just couldn't get its mind around what we were trying to do and achieve with the software. So we saw a lot of errors. And there's two things to this side. Now, you're putting your faith that this AI program, this algorithm is accurate. You know, we know if you use AI, which I do every day, just in business life, it's not always 100%. When it messes up, it doesn't act like it messes up. It acts like it's correct and factual. And then if you call it out, what does it say, Dwayne? Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, you know, we took a different tact, and not to say, hey, like the Vet Claims AI guys aren't great in the software. We don't trust in what AI does as far as research goes. We don't think it's there yet. And so if you don't know, so that's why we took the tact of educating people at the core and making you own the process. Because if you know and you're factual about it, then you go and use a software or AI, because you can just hop on ChatGPT and ask it questions. But if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you're gonna for a world of hurt one with your claim, you're gonna waste a lot of time and money, probably at the same time. So we took a different tack with that. We're just not advocates of leveraging AI for that, and that's why we took the road of educating. And I like that. We're going to become the academy, in the university. What did I say earlier? The Army Academy. What is that? Let's own that. West Point of VA claims. That's what we want to be. So, we want to become the industry standard for when people are coming out of service. I'm going to go to university, get educated, get my process done. But you need to own the process and not rely upon technology to do it for you.
Right. I agree. All right, move right along. Doctor is working with me for IMO language. Make sure you get that DBQ along with it. When using intermediate, this language expected. If not, but for intermediate condition, this veteran would not have developed. Oh, okay, I got you. You can also research the M21-1 and just type in intermediate, do a quick search and start your research there. So you understand, for example, if a veteran is claiming sleep apnea due to obesity as an intermediate step due to the service-connected diabetes, and the veteran has restricted, not a restricted diet. Yeah, restricted, not a restricted diet. Regulation of activities. That's what I'm talking about. And you can't work out. You also see that with, knees, hips, back, stuff like that. It has to be explained in detail. Okay. I remember when I interviewed Dr. Freeman, he's one of the sponsors, Access Medical. He actually talked about that in, I think, one of our interviews. So if you go back and you look at my cache of videos, look at the ones I did with Dr. Freeman. I think the last one, he really broke down that intermediate step. And I got a video on intermediate step as well. What is the CFR when filing for a favorable condition? I never heard of that, truly blessed. That's a first. CFR when filing for a favorable condition. Filing for any condition, there's several. So you got to be a little bit more specific
about the condition.
Like I don't understand CFR when filing for a favorable condition.
That's not related to each other, because the CFR is built around diagnostic codes which pertain to your ailments, right?
Yeah. Well, no, that's that's part of it. That's the rating scheduler part. There's another part that talks about 38 CFR that covers reasonable doubt. There's a 38 CFR that covers IU. There's a 38 CFR that covers functional limitation. A lot of 38 CFR that covers duty to assist, due process. So when it comes to favorable, I think you're thinking favorable conditions that favorable findings that they put in a rating decision. So, like Don said, that it really doesn't. What you're asking doesn't correlate. Shout out to KD, Kevin Durant. Got my rating decided and approved. Thank you for all the gold nuggets. Maybe we'll get granted. I will be granted SMCS TDIU. He or she is in Japan. What time is it
Nugget
over there?
Man. When we bring a Nugget Man video?
I might show it today when I take a break, depending on how long I'm on. But I was messing around last night with 11 Labs and another website, and I'm in front of the classroom talking. It's like AI, and I was like, "No, I can't use that." Would be awesome if this counted toward becoming a volunteer VSO. Could it help VSOs understand the process? Yeah, because keep in mind, people, VSOs, they don't get the same training as VA employees. Okay, even though they take a test.
Yeah, what is their training exactly? It's a written test, right? Yeah.
Well, that's just to get certified. Now, the training itself, I'm pretty sure each organization is different, right? DAV training could be different than VFW's training, but I never sat in a training session with a VSO. Okay, I've had some VSOs sit in, some of the training I did, but could it help VSOs? Most definitely, it could. Especially the software, help them cut down on a lot of time they use to write up late statements. What about those of us? Thank you for being a member. What about those of us who are more advanced in the process, meaning processes and appeals process? This universe is for everybody, because as soon as you think, what did that guy? Remember that movie Shooter with Marky Mark?
McGavin? What are you talking about?
The movie Shooter.
Shooter, the movie.
Yeah. And he was talking to Mark with Wahlberg, the guy in Tennessee that had Coke bottle glasses, and he was talking to him, and he said,
"Oh, the range director."
Yeah, right? And they said, "And Nicole married for love." And then he took his hand. He said, "Gunny, just when you think you got it, something comes along." So when it comes to this appeals, when it comes to the VA claims process, as soon as you think you got it figured out, there's something out there that's going to throw you a curveball. I've been throwing so many curveballs because the VA is always updating their systems. And I was talking to Don. I was talking to one of our members, software beta members this morning, and I was telling him the process is easier than what we think. The reason why we make it hard is because as humans, we have a tendency to overthink something that we think is hard. But when you go out and you look at the regulations and you think about and you know what you're doing with your particular claim, trust me, people, it will become easier. Okay. So for example, if you're already service connected for a mental condition, okay, let's say that mental condition is PTSD. You're already service connected. Let's say it's 70%. Does it make sense to file a new claim for major depressive disorder secondary to all your service connected conditions? Somebody let me know. But I'll give you the answer. The answer is no, because you're not going to get 50% or 70% for the PTSD, and they're not going to give you another 50% for the major depressive disorder. That would be pyramiding. Okay. So when you understand that process, you'll be able to move through it. Now, where things get hard, you have these examiners that don't want you to have these benefits. You have some VA employees that don't want you to have these benefits. They don't know their job. They don't take time to study their craft and what they're doing what they're supposed to be doing per the VA regulations. That's where it makes things hard. Okay. But if you know what they're supposed to do, you can get them back on track. Like Don said earlier, when the gentleman was asking about what the informal conference, when Don was explaining his informal conference, don't be afraid. Hold their feet to the fire. Amazon is supposed to.
Hold on, let me add to that real quick, DK. The other thought too is you're not just developing a claim during the university process. You're going to walk away with a strategy. So you're going to come out, and that's what I think was very valuable in the book too that you wrote. It's not just the process, it's how you laid it out. And all right, what am I going to go for? What's next? What's down the road? So you're really going to develop an entire strategy out of this process, not just, hey, I'm getting a claim filed in. It's a lot more than that. So,
yeah. Oh, yeah. But Amazon is supposed to deliver your book today. Hopefully 2026 will be a good year. People, the book is now on Amazon. It's been live on Amazon for almost a month now, I think. Yeah. The week of Thanksgiving, I believe.
Sleeping so right
about right about a month.
Let's give a book away today. I want to buy somebody a book for Christmas.
Yeah, you did that last time, didn't you?
I did it last time. I think it's going to become a thing now. Hold on.
Yeah. We got to think of a question.
Yeah.
Grace is going to cook those deviled eggs. She's signing off. All right, Grace.
Happy holidays, Grace.
Don't have social media. Don't have social media. Hope you're not driving that car with that mask on. Is it worth submitting a private DBQ along with a new Nexus and new personal statement and a supplemental claim? Well, you have to have new and relevant evidence. So whatever with your new, if you want the DBQ to be your new and relevant evidence, it could be, okay? But just keep in mind, and also people, I was talking about this, Don, a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a week ago. Make sure you read the instructions section of all the prescribed claim forms that you're submitting to the VA. They're putting a lot of information in there, okay? And you want to know exactly what they're talking about because, it could give you a moment of pause, but oh, wait a minute, let me go get this. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have this. So make sure you read those instruction sections because when you look at the 0995, which is for the supplemental, guess what? They're telling you about new and relevant evidence, and it gives you the definition of it. And guess what, people? There is a 38 CFR that talks about new and relevant evidence. I think I don't know if they still call it new and material or if they update it and it says new and relevant, okay? So again, put some links in here for the event next Monday. And also, if you just want to go straight and sign up for the university, I think Don is putting some links in here as well. I saw that. So again, people, we're super excited about this university. We got the quiz. Before you show up for the first class, you got to take quiz 1 for chapter 1. You got to read chapter 1. And we're going to be talking about chapter 1. It's not going to be like what we're doing today, just all Q&A. We will have some Q&A. We will leave time for Q&A, but we're talking about what is my thought process? What am I doing first with that claim? Okay. So when things get wrapped up, if you follow along, then you can go do the same thing. You should have already done it. We may ask, hey, who has done this or who has done that as it pertains to what I put in the book, chapter 1. And we're going to do that for each chapter. Okay. It's just not, show up and, we're going to be able to ask Don and Dwayne a bunch of questions. No, we are going to be in that book. And like when Don showed his book, you can see that
we're going to know
white line.
Yeah.
That white line by the binder. We need to see some creases, meaning you cracked that book open. Right? Yeah. See that white line over there on the left-hand side? Yeah.
We're gonna know, if you're doing the process or not. And it's not a cheat code. We're here to truly educate people and train you on the process. This is your chance to take advantage of that and the time with us, because once you impart this knowledge over, I mean, that's it. You've got it.
Yeah, and then you could go out and help other veterans. Like Don said earlier, you know, give a man a fish, he can eat for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, he can eat for a lifetime. I got it. Got it.
We were messing this up for the longest time.
Oh man, yeah. It's like learning your Easter speech when you were in grade school going to church. I have conclusively proven all three elements for my tinnitus claim: diagnosis, in-service event, and positive CMP. DBQ with the least likely is not opinion from the examiner. Okay, all right, people. I just did a video on this, and guess what my first error was as a rater? Exactly this. And in the video, I can't remember the name of it. Something tinnitus. I know I put something tinnitus. We just uploaded. I think it's live. But what I did was basically, no, we got it scheduled. We have it scheduled. It is coming up. Scheduled the 27th. So basically, what happened, and what I'm talking about in this video, the veteran filed a claim for tinnitus, goes to the CMP exam. The CMP examiner provides a negative opinion. I denied a claim. It was one of my first cases I ever rated. First denial. I mean, not first denial. First error I received from the quality department. They called me, and I mean, it was a veteran's first claim, and I was like, man, what did I do? And the quality reviewer said, even though the examiner gave a negative opinion, the veteran complained about ringing in the ears in service. Therefore, the person that requested the exam should not have asked for a medical opinion. We just needed to confirm the diagnosis and grant the benefit. So if that happened to you, make sure you watch that upcoming video here in the next couple of days. And if it's been more than a year since that denial, you can't do a high-level review, but you can do a CUE, a clear and unmistakable error, because guess what, people? CUEs do not expire. Okay, so whenever about to say whenever I do one-on-ones, which I don't do the one-on-ones anymore, these are things that I'm talking about, because a lot of veterans don't know, and you get denial after denial, and the person that requested that CMP exam did not know about this M21-1 citation, because if they did, they never would have requested a medical opinion for you. So when I rated, go ahead, Don.
I was gonna say, have them FOIA a FOIA request as well, and see the notes from the examiner to the rater to give you more insight into your approach to how to handle this too. So, and I just got in the habit of filing for a FOIA every time I filed a new claim, or I went through the claims process, or after a medical exam. Just keep up to date on those records. I don't know if they still send them in a CD form, which is the dumbest thing ever. But you know, get the FOIA request in, because you'll be able to see the actual medical practitioner's notes.
Yeah, and they had passed a bill. Oh, I did a video on that. They passed a bill that required the VA to give veterans read-only access, and I think it was earlier this year. Somebody let me know in the comments if you all know about this bill. Some warrior something. But guess what? You think VBA is going to do that? No, because as soon as you get access to see, it's like they're all working behind this curtain. And you pull that curtain open, you're like, I see what you're doing. Get back to work. Stop drinking them milk and cookies at your desk. Get off your Bernie Mac break. Get back to work. And I know they're going to say, well, raters are signing their names. When I first started rating, we had to put our name, and you had to actually sign a physical document because it was paper. And then they said, put your first initial and last name. And then they went to just your initials. So I was signing my initials DAK, right? And then I think I went to DK or something like that. You don't know if I went on YouTube and you didn't know my name and I was still rating, and you got the rating code sheet and it said DK, you don't know who that is, right? So there's ways that they can redact stuff, but with the technology today, but you think they're gonna give us access to that anytime soon? You have a copy of it. But I always tell people, mine is sitting right here. I should have grabbed it. Everything that you send the VA and everything that the VA send you, you need to keep a copy of it. And like Don said, that FOIA request.
Here's the entirety of Don's process. I think I'm missing some stuff too, because
a lot smaller than mine. Yeah. All right. Certified vet. I'm going to be filing a claim for sleep apnea, secondary service-connected PTSD with the intermediate step of weight gain if I already have a current diagnosis, a prescribed CPAP, and a DBQ, and IMO. Okay. You're missing something, certified vet. You need that sleep study that's showing that diagnosis. Yep. Make sure you have it. And Nexus letter to IMO, Nexus letter from a medical doctor. What value does a personal statement add if all three elements have already been satisfied? Now, in our software, you build an example wording. A lot of people overthink lay statement, personal statement, whatever you want to call it. If you write one sentence, two sentences, that's your lay statement. I am claiming sleep apnea secondary to PTSD as an intermediate step due to obesity. Please see my attached sleep study from the Tampa VA MC dated this date, which shows a diagnosis of sleep apnea, and see my medical progress notes from Tampa VA Medical Center, which shows I was prescribed a CPAP machine. That's a personal statement. Do not write a dissertation for a personal statement. Whenever I used to get those done, I used to try to read through them. And when they were paper, and somebody from the quality team said, hey, you forgot to take issue with this. I'm like, well, the vet wasn't claiming that. Well, look at what they said. They could have been or something. I was like, you know what? I'm not even doing that. If it's not right knee condition, obstructive sleep apnea, secondary PTSD, I'm not doing nothing. I'm sitting right back asking for clarification, because if I didn't, I could get an error. Get so many errors, you lose your job. Decision letter cites Walden 1975, and it literally says I need to serve 7.5 years to have any hearing issues. I never seen that in a rating.
7.5 years to have hearing issues.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe the rater quoted the CMP examiner. So make sure, like Don said earlier, make sure you get a copy of that CMP exam, because I would put the CMP examiner's medical opinion and rationale, I would put that in the rating decision. So I was snitching. I was letting every veteran know if you had a CMP exam, it wasn't me saying no. Yeah. And people would miss it. And I was like, the examiner medically opined less likely than not. And this is why they said no. And veterans with VSOs, they be like, the veteran wants to know why you denied it. I'm like, come on now. You got to be kidding me. Merry Christmas, Dwayne. I got a video for that, Kimmel. You know it. And I'm your VA Claim Nugget Man.
Nugget Man.
Can the VA still deny tinnitus even? Yes. And people, and I may do a short on this. Can you be denied and actually been diagnosed, let's say, for a back condition in service? Yes, I've seen it. Is it right? No. But I've seen examiners say, oh, well, this was 20 years ago, and the vet, there's no proof of continued treatment, so the condition has resolved.
You know how many times it took me to get tinnitus?
It took you three times?
3 times.
Rinse and repeat. I tell people.
Yeah.
All right, the ref. Good afternoon, bro. I don't have a question at all. I just want to say Merry Christmas and thank you for helping me go from 0 to 9. Whoa!
There you go.
Hold on, wait
7 months.
a minute. You know what I got to do, right, Don? Hold on, wait a minute.
Let's hear it.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me know if you hear it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's do quick. Oh, people, I got stuff.
What's the other one you got?
Yeah. Here we go. Hey, Marines coming in hot. What is that? Amphibious with 2 propellers. It serves like a helicopter, and they can turn it. They can turn propellers up and down. All right, so I got a bunch of sounds for you. That's off Nick Cannon's Wild 'N Out. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the comments.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Dwayne's new toy. Yeah.
No, that's straight from StreamYard. Well, I downloaded some stuff in there too. All right, Don was giving Sally the
that's right. You can put the inputs in.
Yeah. So is that considered the devil dog, Don? Or you just found that somewhere and used it? Your icon, your avatar.
That is a project I worked on a couple years ago. These are NFTs, actually. We did a project where we designed, I think, 500 military NFTs like that. So that's an actual NFT. That's a crypto NFT. Okay. I got like 10 of them.
Okay. Rose City said, I tried to claim obstructive sleep apnea to men, but I was rated at 0% for chronic bronchitis with asthma, and that helped me get my 50%. Okay. All right. Tied those two together for my rating. All right. Christopher, I am rated 20% for bladder hair loss with BPPV. I don't know what that is. Recently applied for an increase, and the VA sent a notice to reduce because they showed people. All right, let me explain. Actually, I got an upcoming video. How not to get reduced when you file a claim for increase. I got it scheduled. Well, it's not scheduled yet, so it'll come out next year. What that tells me, Chris, is that 20% has been in effect less than 5 years. Okay. I did a video. I recorded it. I think I uploaded. Yeah. I recorded Zoom and I uploaded. And it was with my mentor that had 35 plus years at the VA. And she broke down the protection rule. And we were talking about this in that video. If you are service connected for any condition, and you want to do an increase, you need to confirm what is your current percentage. Okay. 2, what is the criteria for the next higher percentage? 3, get the evidence that shows you meet that criteria. 4, determine how long that percentage has been in effect. If it's been in effect for less than 5 years, and you go to that CMP exam, and that doctor forgets to check a box or something, and the exam shows improvement, proposal to reduce. If it doesn't change your overall percentage, they don't have to give you due process. They'll just reduce it, but your overall percentage will stay the same. That's why they do it. If that percentage has been in effect more than 5 years, they need 2 exams to show improvement. Now, Chris, also I did a video about adverse action, RVSR hearing. They put that option in the notification letter. Okay. So if you request an RVSR hearing, you put it on VA form 21-4138, submit it using the quick submit link. Got a video explaining how to use the quick submit link. And you call 800-827-1000, they freeze everything. Okay. So people, that is one of the quickest ways to get reduced, file an increase, and you don't know the criteria for the next higher percentage. Okay. All right. We got a donation. Stockton Productions. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Trying to get pest plantar fasciitis, and migraines. They only rated my mental health increase and closed the claim. Should I file it again or holler review? No deferred and all three others. Well, why did they deny it? Well, my first question is, Stockton Productions, where does the pest plantar fasciitis and migraines, where do they fall under the different ways of service connection? You got to start there first. If you didn't get a CMP exam, more than likely it didn't fall under any way of service connection. Okay. If you did get an exam, you want to get a copy of that exam before you do anything. You want to know exactly, we were talking about it earlier, you want to know exactly why that examiner didn't know. And then as Productions, that's when you figure out if you're going to do a holler review. Okay. I am going to a CMP exam today. They've been doing work today for CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome. Is it helpful to bring my doctor's Nexus and diagnosis letter, symptom log, and personal statement from me about the symptoms I experienced over a 4-month period? Yes, there's nothing wrong with it, but I can't say if they're going to review that. If you walk into a CMP exam and you got 50, 100 pages, don't expect that examiner to sit there and look at it.
Yeah, right.
I don't. It could happen, but the probability of that happening is probably less than 1%. Okay. Husband is retired Navy, 85 to 2005, with a few deployments to the Gulf. He was diagnosed with cluster headaches in his career, but was denied. It was actually obstructive sleep apnea, diagnosed in 2017. Help. Okay. So the obstructive sleep apnea is outside of his military service, so he cannot get service connected on a direct service connection basis. Okay. Cluster headaches, if he had them diagnosed in the military and he had a CMP exam, again, you have to get a copy of that CMP exam to see what that is. The examiner said no. So, for example, what I seen when I rated, the veteran could have documented treatment, diagnosis, and service. Obviously, this vet did 20 years, right? A lot of medical records. Sometimes examiners say, if you look at that CMP exam, they'll check that box. They reviewed your claims folder. They're saying, yeah, I went through all his records from 85 to 2005. And I don't see nothing for migraines. And in the rationale, they say, nope, veteran was not diagnosed or treated for in service for migraines. And they check that box. What that tells me, they didn't read jack, you know what. They pencil whipped it. And guess what? The rater didn't look at anything either. But if you don't get a copy of that CMP exam, you won't know that. So when you decide to do a high-level review, you can argue that, hey, I got a copy of my exam. I looked at my medical records from active duty. There's treatment and diagnosis for migraines in service. These are the dates. I looked at the CMP exam. The CMP examiner checked the box that they reviewed my claims folder to include my service treatment records. And the rater and the examiner stated there's no documented treatment, which is a lie. And the rater concurred it. So neither of these individuals reviewed it. The rater should have sent it back as a 2507 medical addendum request. You're probably saying, Dwayne, what is a 2507 medical request? And you know what I'm going to say, right, Don? I got a video on it. Okay, explain it. That's the way it is supposed to work. So like I was stating earlier, Don, this is where you get educated. This is, some things that we're going to be talking about, especially in the book when we get to the appeal section. I'm going to be talking about, in the book, I'm talking about, hey, why am I appealing it this way? How I'm going to set up. What is my strategy, my mindset? What am I doing to help get prepared, all this stuff. Should we have to do this? No. I don't think I should have to pay. I don't think I have to go through all the hoops to get all this documentation to my CPA just to file my taxes. I should just be able to walk in there, hey, I wore the uniform and get a full refund. It don't work like that, people. Okay. Wish it did, but it didn't. All right, Patrick, nice little Christmas tree there.
Well, for them too, if they haven't done it already in the claim, be sure to do a grain law lace, very critical here as well. I mean, Migraine Buddy's a free app you could use to detail all this stuff out. Because this is one of my last claims as well for migraines. Get into the 38 CFR. And again, this is what our software does really well, because where do you fall in the rating scale for migraines? Are you completely prostrating, headaches? Do you have to sit and lay down in a dark room? Write all that stuff out. And you should be looking at the rating scheduler to understand what's your criteria that you match up with. And that's the language you should be using in your lay statements.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Also, he is currently at 20% for back injury and 10% radiculopathy halfway through career, working on an increase as it's gotten worse, and he has gained weight due to not being able to be active. Okay, so has it gotten worse per the 38 CFR, the diagnostic code criteria? That's the question I have. If I filed 2 years after getting out of reserves because I wasn't aware of VA disability comes, will it make it a lot more difficult to get service connect? Reserves and National Guard, I'm not going to say hate, because hate is such a strong word. I didn't really like working those claims because, veterans say, oh, I did 20 years in the reserves. And I'm like, well, how many times you went on active duty? None. Well, if all you have is your basic and AIT from active duty, that's the only thing they're looking at, unless you have an LOD, line of duty statement. So reserves and National Guards are different. You got to think about active duty for training, and inactive duty for training. Active duty for training, that is your 2-week annual AT, annual training, and inactive duty for training is your 2-day-a-month drill. And you can find more information about that in the M21-1. Buying your book right now. Thank you, Jazz. I definitely appreciate it. Leveling the playing field. I think you're operating at half speed, Don. I think you're at 480p. Freezing a little bit. I'm pretty sure you got about 50 windows open. You hadn't cleared your cache since high school. Any issues? Any issues with a spouse who is an APRN or PA fly? Hey, good question. If you're a physician assistant, yes, they can fill them out. Nurse practitioner, yes, they can fill them out. Okay. I know the mental DBQs at the top, it has who can complete it. Look there read the top section on the other DBQs, but a mental health, like psychiatrists, psychologists, they can't fill out an increased DBQ for a back. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Which one of your books is better? Man, that's a good question. Oh, that's a good question. It depends. The first book is an overview of the process, like step 1, the different steps. Second book, I'm filing a claim, right? So that's the main difference. Both of them, a lot of people, man, Don, a lot of people have been picking up both. And if you pick up either book, if you pick up the first book, now until next week, the first book, 15% off. You could get the new book now until next week, 20% off. And then if you want the bundle, you can buy both of them. There's an option. You can buy both of them, and you get 20% off of that as well. And they're both
I'd say the first one's great at the process, about the probably from like 50,000 foot view. This is what you're up against. The second book is, I think, just all the detail of the strategy that you've accrued over 15 years, and you just dumped it in.
Yeah. Let's see. I was exposed to burn pits. In my record, I was diagnosed with allergic rhinitis in 2021, caught COVID-19. The VA diagnosed me with pulmonary fibrosis. So I put a claim in. I'm trying to think. They changed something in the M21-1 about COVID. Why not claim allergic rhinitis under the PACT Act? I'm assuming you were serving in the Middle East, Southwest Asia. Okay. Allergic rhinitis is on the PACT Act list. Okay. And then you could claim pulmonary fibrosis secondary to allergic rhinitis. I don't think that would be pyramiding. I would have to look at the respiratory 38 CFR to see which diagnostic code it is and to make sure it is not pyramiding. Meaning, if it's not, they can break both of them out. You can get service connected for both. Just bought the book, Big Pimpin', the way it came with the VA comes with Blueprint. Yep, I appreciate it. The discounts that I noted are not on Amazon. That is something separate, but you can go to my website. I'm about to put the link in here again. You go to my Shopify store, put the link in the comments section, and you can get it straight from my store, and I'll sign it for you. You get it from Amazon, I won't be able to sign it. That's direct ship. Okay. All right. So, people, quick question. I'm going to ask our viewers here, Don. We have the trifecta next year. Right now we got the software. A lot of people got the book. Then we're launching a university. What is something out there that is not out there that you all would like for us to do? Because Don is always telling me
we got to get this one guy out the door.
Don is always telling me the market will dictate. The market will dictate. The market will dictate. So
if people
right, let us know, if y'all have questions about the university, how all this comes together. And we're going to be talking about this more in detail next Monday. And I would say this, people.
Monday.
Monday the 29th. Yeah. The software, it helps you build an educational packet. And in that educational packet, depending on if you're doing a new claim, increased claim, we got it broken down for PACT Act, Agent Orange, different presumptives. If you're doing a high-level review, if you're doing a supplemental claim, you'll get a link to the claim form that you need. You can also get a link to the 4138 to put your lay statement / personal statement on there, okay? You get a link to the VA site where you can do quick submit. You can upload it, goes directly to the VA. You get another link to the form that you fill out for your FOIA request that Don talked about earlier, and you get example wording, okay, based off the questions that you ask. And this what took a lot of time, Don. I think we're building software. Another reason why we had to get away from AI is because we had to word these questions in a specific way to get an answer. So once you ask all these questions and they're tied to the diagnostic code criteria, which Don mentioned earlier, we had to go line by line by line by line for over 1,000 different diagnoses. Okay. A lot of information. And then it'll spit out a late, I call it example wording. Okay. You can call it late statement, whatever. But then you can edit that. And then you have the diagnostic code criteria for the condition you are diagnosed with, along with the percentage you believe you have that your evidence bags up. In that educational packet, you can use the study. I used to do those by hand. And like Don said, it got very cumbersome, very tiring, mentally drained. a lot of time. Okay. But I will tell you this, people. I would say 75 to 85% of those individuals that I complete those educational packages for, they got their 100%. Now, it was nothing magical in that educational packet other than education itself. They understood exactly what they needed to do per the VA regulations. So the software, we just turned that software into that. So I'm not writing them anymore. We just have certain questions that we put in there and you're completing it, right? So as you go through the book, when you get to chapter 2 and 3, and you get to identifying those different conditions, and we start talking about diagnostic codes, that's when you're in the software. Okay, so during those times, when we go live, we're going to go in the software, and I'm going to show you, hey, I'm claiming this, and I'm going to select this, I'm going to select that, and you'll get an educational packet, okay? So then again, like Don said, the book is the curriculum. So thus, we've created the VA claim trifecta. So again, nothing, when I say tell us what you want to see, I'm not talking about like, hey, go out and build a VA claim spaceship and, we can fly around the world. And it's just going to tell us everything we need to do. Nothing like that. But something, not as extravagant.
We can do it.
All right, let's keep going. Can I claim sleep apnea secondary to PTSD? Yes. But you're no longer obese. That might be a hard one there. Okay, thank you for the donation. American Carver. Oh, wait a minute. Did I pronounce that right? America Caver. Okay. Thanks for the donation. Definitely much appreciated. And then I lost where I was at. Where was I at? Where was I at, Don? Bear with me, everyone.
There we go.
Every time I jump back and forth. I remember this was one of your books. It's better. Just bought the book. Can I claim sleep apnea? Here we go. Merry Christmas, you guys and everyone in the chat. Your vast range of knowledge help increase my rating by 30. There it is. Can't thank you enough for the information. Happy New Year to all. Yep. Happy New Year
the button.
Yep. Also, everyone, make sure you click that like button, the notification button. Make sure you subscribe if you're not a subscriber. And guess what? I'm going live next Wednesday on Christmas Eve at the same time. Okay. I don't think I might be on as long, but I am going live actually the next 3 Wednesdays. Every week I'm going live. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Back to back. I was denied right ankle secondary to my left ankle. I got an IMO from my private PCP where they use the DBQ from my previous. You should schedule a new one. I would. But I was still rating. Laugh. Not the milk and cookies. Yeah. I see y'all back there at the milk. Him downstairs. Where are the milk and cookies? You remember that? We brought it back.
I got to get mine out tonight too. Yeah.
Yeah. You get the little one tomorrow, right? Yeah. Yeah. Favorable findings on September 13th. Exam diagnosed with RA reasonable accommodation. And I never heard of that. Sjogren's syndrome. So I have a video on favorable findings, Don, and I think favorable findings confuses a lot of people because the word itself, favorable, right? Having favorable findings does not mean automatic service connection, but in that video, I talk about how you can use it in your favor in your next claim. Okay, because a lot of veterans, some veterans, they say, oh, I don't have a diagnosis. Oftentimes, what you're going to see in that favorable findings, a diagnosis. Okay. I was denied for Sjogren's syndrome being connected to dry eye, service connected. I'm not understanding that question.
What is that? Sjogren's?
I think it's an eye condition. 1997. It took me 2 times for tonight. Yep. Well, you got done, beat. Now he said it took you what, 3 times? The examiner's opinion was in my favor. It was least likely it's not yet to be still not tonight. Yeah. So people, I've seen this. I did a video where I talked about can a rater in some cases overturn a medical opinion? Yes. And I just gave you an example earlier about tinnitus. I've seen examiners give positive opinions. Veterans are claiming, let's say, a back condition due to service, and the VA employee requested a CMP exam. Doctor gives a positive opinion, but guess what? The veteran was never treated, diagnosed, complained about injury or disease for a back condition in service. So even though the examiner says yes, that back condition didn't fall under any of the different ways of service connection, that's a denial. Okay. I am at 70% moving to Philippines. Can the VA take your benefits for? No, I never heard of that. I've heard people ask me that before, but I never heard of that. You still fall under the same criteria as it pertains to reductions and when they can and they can't do it, regardless of where you live at in the world.
Yeah, and there should be established networks over there, just like we saw with a group in Thailand, right? I mean, there's one main C&P guy in Thailand that everybody goes to. There's treatment facilities established out there, just like down in the DR too. There's a bunch of those outlying buildings. So there should be infrastructure there.
I saw a veteran. He did a reel. He was talking about American veteran only resort in the Dominican. I was like, that can't be good. Can't be good, especially if it's.
I saw that same video. Yeah, I was like, man, I need to go down there.
I was like, they had a little rinky-dink pool. You know, you go to those all-inclusives. They had a big pool, and they had, I was like, just for veterans, Then they showed the clinic. But a buddy of mine went down there, I think earlier this year or last year. He was telling me about. He went in the clinic, and he's like, man, it was empty. They had some lady in there from Canada working, and she was trying to get him. They had a little library, computers. I was like, oh, okay, which is a good thing. I think, it's a good thing.
No, I think he was trying to sell like timeshares in that thing or something.
Oh, that's what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
I have a hand issue that is at max available rating. Always check to see if you are back. Yep. And good point, Aaron. In the rating decision, they are supposed to tell you that, hey, this is like for tinnitus. This is the maximum evaluation. And I've seen veterans, VSOs, and lawyers file claims for increases for veterans on tinnitus, not due to paragraph 29 or paragraph 30, some type of surgery or something. They just put it in. Will you be doing a video about advice around CUE filings anytime soon? Yes, Mike. That quick pause, guess what I did, Mike? That quick pause, I did a video. It's on my channel. Actually, it's 2. So make sure you go to my channel. I just did you 2 CUE videos. They're there. Sorry, missed this, but had to go to the doctor, tested positive. Man, sorry about that. People still catching COVID? Let me knock on wood, because just my luck.
Yeah, I know. When my clients had it this last 2 weeks, they were down.
Ooh. Dr. Production said, cool. Thanks for being a member. Somebody tell me how many likes do we have? Somebody let me know. I can't see on my end. VA denied a cervical spine and bilateral non-pain in arms that were secondary to service-connected knee and bilateral pes planus. VA then went back and service-connected bilateral ankles and other knee and lower back. No change on cervical. Yeah, somebody would have to read those all those rating decisions. And again, if you had a CMP exam, I have to read like the rationale if the doctor said no. So what question can we do for the free book, Don? What question? What question? Something that we talked about. Something we talked about.
So many things. What can we do, huh? Math? Should we just do simple math? That ain't fair for the Marines out there.
I remember last time we went when the first live.
What did we ask last? Oh, I asked what something stood for.
Yeah. Now, what was the region? What is the 3-digit code for St. Pete regional office? Because you said 317. I'm like, you giving away the answer. He's like, no, somebody put it in there. I was like, man, that was quick.
We can't do geographic specific, but what's something people would know?
Okay, here's one. We talked about a program for veterans living overseas. What is the name of that program?
Damn, I don't even know that. I forgot that went in and out.
Yeah, some vet was talking about moving overseas, and I was like, "Hey, I did they got an upcoming video about calling the right number, and this program was listed on there. Starts with an F. First letter, it's 3 letters, and the first letter starts with an F." I'm gonna put a question. I'll put this question back up just so I don't lose the spot. Okay. Wait a minute. We got it. We got a winner. Sandra, 1964. What? Wait a minute. Let me make sure nobody else. Sandra, 19. Timestamp Don 133. Yep. Sandra got it. FMP, Foreign Medical Program.
All right, Sandra, you get a free book. Email me your full name and address at Dwayne, can you put up the banner for our email?
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
The support.
Sandra jumped all over that. Sandra's like, I know exactly what that is.
We're going to be mailing you out a copy of Dwayne's second book here. It's Time to Win.
Okay. Let me see, make sure I get this
right.
You'll
have that before the new year.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy read. You'll get through it in a few hours. I mean, I put it.
Okay. There's the email for you, Sandra. She got it. Okay. Does the OMPF come with the claims file on FOIA requests? I checked the box on my request. Will it be include OMPF? And these acronyms.
Office of something. What is that?
Aaron, he would throw that curveball. Let me know what that means.
OMPF come, but I always filed a separate form for the FOIA request.
Yeah, I used to do the 4138.
Yeah.
But there's an actual form that you can use. If I did it again, would I use the FOIA request form itself? Yeah. No change on the denials of cervical spine. Okay. All right. So they just CNC'd it. Why do they still schedule CMP exams if you have everything to render a rating?
Hey, this is Scott. This is one of our members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy holidays, Scott, first and foremost. But why do people do dumb things? We don't understand the process. I think they always do this at a formality, personal opinion. But two, it's a way to maybe even trip a veteran up. I mean, you don't want that because you could have conflicting medical evidence. And so if you have developed your own medical evidence, you push back on the process, be sure to let them know, like, look, that's exactly why you don't want that. You don't want conflicting medical evidence. What do you call it, Dwayne? It's insufficient. I want you to rate it as sufficient. And
actionable and sufficient.
There you go. Use these terms specifically. This is actionable and sufficient, and you requested it to be rated. But it's a complete waste of time. I think it's not like they're doing it like to be nefarious, but I think it trips people up oftentimes.
Right. And two things that you could argue, especially in front of a judge, they were developing to deny. They were over developing. There is a 30 CFR that covers development to deny.
Yeah.
I can't think of it,
right,
but it's out there, right? So again, people, what Don and I are talking about is education. This is where we're approaching it. We're just talking about, getting these questions and like, hey, well, and I think I used to think it was because lack of training, Scott. I think now they just don't know. They
could use the university.
Yeah. They just don't know. They're just doing it because somebody that taught them didn't know. So it's like the blind leading the blind. And then here comes the veteran. Oh, wait a minute. My DBQ and Nexus was actionable and sufficient per 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B and per 38 CFR 3.159 subpart 4 subpart I.
Jesus, DK, how do you get all this shit in your head? This is what I'm talking about, people. This is what you're getting. This is the education you're getting.
Right. So then here comes a veteran, and they're like, oh, like Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. Oh, you have missed all that heavenly glory. That's what we got to do. We got to pull that curtain back, get them off that Bernie Mac break, the milk and cookies, and think. Oh, you'll miss all that heavenly glory. So I just think they don't know. Nobody is telling them that, hey, if the veteran submits an actionable and sufficient DBQ, you don't have to schedule a CMP exam.
Yeah.
I just thought it was maybe lack of training, but
I think every time I submitted my own evidence, DBQs, they always requested a CMP exam every time.
Done. They did it to me. And that was probably the worst nightmare of QTC rep, the QTC rep I talked to.
Yeah.
Because I was still rating at the time. And then it was a nightmare when I called the 800 number. And the girl said, well, Ms. Kim, what would you have me do? All right, I'm going to hook you up. I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to do.
All right.
I'm like, I'm like, you're telling me some bull crap. I'm like, no, stop it. Like Michael Jordan did in that commercial back in the 80s. Stop it. Get some help. Stop it. I'm going to do a video on that, put like a towel like Michael Jordan to all the VA employees. Stop it. Get some help.
Your next Nugget Man video.
Leave the milk and cookies alone. Get off the break. Jiminy Crickets, but I'm just, we laugh about it, but yeah, it happened to me. And then, when I got to the appeal, I'm telling the drawer about all this stuff. And then I was telling somebody this morning, I told the drawer, we just had DBQ training three months ago. Do you remember taking that training? She was like, yeah. Duh.
Oh no, you called him out?
Yeah. I was like, because we all had to take the same, regardless of regional office you're at. And so, like you stated earlier, you got to hold their feet to the fire. You got to push back. You got to no, because they don't think you know this stuff.
But if you don't know this stuff, that's the problem. If you don't know this stuff, you're gonna get conflicting medical evidence. It's gonna trip you up. Again, you're gonna waste time and money. This is where the education comes in.
You are foobarred.
Yep.
As the Marines say, what's that movie, Jarhead? You're in the suck. You're in the suck. You're in a place you don't want to be. And some VA employees, they banking on it that you don't know it because they looking at it like, oh man, it's gonna be an easy denial. And you come in there and you start throwing these regulations like, oh, now I gotta do some work. Okay. All right, for your C file request, use take. I have 2 videos explaining how you can get those a little bit faster.
I had one come in about 90 days one time.
Yep.
One took 6 months plus, but they range.
I have a diagnosis of radiculopathy from VA PCP and now battle a lesion of femoral nerve neuropathy. If I claim both, is that pyramiding? Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Radiculopathy, peripheral neuropathy. I'm going out on a limb. I think it is diagnostic code 8520 of 80 or 8521.
Explain what pyramiding is.
Pyramiding is, if you look at the not compensation rate table, the rating schedule, the 38 CFR at the beginning of each body system, it'll list different diagnostic codes. It'll say this diagnostic code, you cannot combine, right? Or you have to combine. So, for example, I think I talked about this earlier. If you're service connected for PTSD at 50%, right? You can't be 50% for major depressive disorder. That would be pyramiding. Now, if you look at the knees, let's just take the knees. You can actually be service connected for 3 different things for the knee, and it is not considered pyramiding. Extension, flexion, and instability, lateral instability. I think, 5271, 5260, and 5261. But the 5271, I may have to do a lifeline.
Now you're just showing off now, yeah.
Well, I know the 5260 and 5261, that's flexion and extension. Yeah. But that's, that would be pyramiding. So a lot of people say, well, what about this and what about, I don't have that stuff memorized. I know where to go and find it easily because they got the rating schedule back there, right? And again, so we're going to be talking about in university. We'll be breaking down some of these things, so you'll know, hey, I'm doing this process, and I'm not going to tell you, oh, this is this pyramid or not. We're going to look it up because what did we do with the group this last on the 16th that we had done? Somebody was doing something, and we jumped on the computer. We Googled it. We Googled it. Yeah, we Googled it. And we did something else, and we're like, there it is. Now you got to start your research there. Yeah. So, it's things.
Memory is not the best these days. Yeah. So sorry.
But it took us about a good solid 5 minutes. We was in the M21-1. Then we went over to Google. We were looking for some medical studies, and stuff like that. And this, again, is the thought process. People like, hey, how do you need to approach this? Anyway, to speed up the process for C5 requests.
Got
a couple of videos on that. Again, people dropping the links in there for VA Benefits Navigator, the webinar we're going to do next week.
Yeah, and that's all over the website. If you just get to the website, I've got buttons and links. You can probably take our support email down for Sam.
Yep. Got some questions. Thank you, Mary Chris. Husband is so impressed with y'all, and he said we're buying the books. All right. People, when you get the books, make sure you use the coupon code. Use the coupon code. All right.
Yeah, it's right there on the website. Yeah. Thank you, Sandra. I got your email. I'll be getting that out. I'll be buying it tonight on my own dime. And Mr. Glenn Kimball here will be signing it over the holidays and shipping out to you.
Going out Friday. Yeah. I'll do it.
Thank you, Emily.
Friday or Saturday.
Buying the books, Emily, and should be attending the university.
Oh, she said she was, or?
No, she should be. The
should be.
The university. If you love the books, you're going to love the university, yeah.
In reference to my last question, my hearing did not improve. It got worse. So how can the VA decrease?
One thing about PV.
Yeah, he was talking about something else. But if it's for the hearing loss, you got to think, people, you go in there and you take those tests. Like they put you in the booth, take those tests.
Three times, right? For audio, it's multiple times, isn't it?
Yeah. No, you go in there, just do one test. But I remember the guy telling me, the audiologist telling me, hey, if you think you hear it, click the button. No, negative. I'm only clicking it when I know I can hear it. That's a true test. It's not, just a bunch of random. No, I'm not doing that. Helping hint for the university, using the software to read the chicken scratch notes and veterans files. This would be helpful unlocking documentation normal eyes unable to read.
Docs. Now you asked for some suggestions. I think that we're getting a suggestion.
Yeah.
We talked about this too, and we see some people doing that with the AI platforms. We didn't want to get into claims development, and that's part of why we just designed it from an education standpoint and not getting into housing documents, sensitive information. There's a lot of things that come along with that at the same time. But I hear you. I mean, the doctor's notes aren't very helpful sometimes. Too, but
how can you explain? I know we had talked about this, Don. You were explaining to me because you're more technical than I am. Like PI when it comes to uploading it to websites, like veterans having their personal information and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's around medical information too. So there's certain things, it's called PII, it's private information. I forget what the other thing is, but essentially when we're housing medical documents, even our servers have to be rated for PII. So there's a lot of more technical things that have to come in. That's even more expensive for things. And we just didn't need to go down that path because, I think I see people doing that when we were talking with some of the VA veteran AI things. One guy had a document uploader I saw. We were just saying, hey, this is doing too much. We wanted to stick to what we did is we broke things down to a 7-step process. And we just want to get really good at teaching people that 7-step process. Because doing that, we're empowering you. Infusing this strategy, we're empowering you. That's the lane that we want to be in, right? The West Point of the VA disability world. Not getting into that. It's kind of like a claim development thing. I think if we're starting to lean into translating documents, that type of stuff. So
and then you getting into if people got I remember one veteran, he's like, I got 10,000 pages I need you to look at. You sure? Because that'll be a very expensive bill,
But I would recommend using AI for something like that. So that's very accessible. I've got probably 4 different language models I work with. I would suggest getting that scanned in.
If you uploaded that to ChatGPT, will it break it down for you?
Yeah, it'll read the documents. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
do it the best of its ability. If it's really chicken scratch, you don't have to do your best judgment call because it'll come back with something. You just got to figure out is that accurate?
Yeah. I got a decision about my request for increase on residuals of right lung, partial man, I'm butchered. I already butchered that word.
Pneumothorax.
Yeah. My percentage remained at 0. How long should I want to try again? What is the 10% criteria?
Yeah, you got to look at that.
Yeah. What is the 10% criteria? Did you have right? Did you have? Yeah. Is it maxed out at 0? Is that the highest? So you have to look at the rating. And people, if you are service connected, call 800-827-1000. I'll put it here in the comment section. 800-827-1000 and ask them for a disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes if you don't have your rating decision. Okay. Disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes, and they can email this to you. You're going to have to request that they do it. Okay. And there's going to have a 4-digit code. When you get that 4-digit code, Google it. Hey, what is the VA's diagnostic diagnostic code criteria for this diagnostic code? Right. Put it in there, and it'll say, oh, 0%, and it may not even have a 10%. Okay. But if it does, or 10 or 20, it'll tell you, hey, this is the criteria. When you get that evidence showing you meet that, then that's when you file a claim. Might want to, do it within a year, because no, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't count in this instance. Yeah. Well, I would get that before I got new and relevant evidence. Thank you for being a member as well, sir. I missed the heads up notification. Glad you're doing live. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube, they don't see people, you have to put, when you click subscribe, you have to select all, so you get those notifications, because
I think there's those 3 dots. You got to click into the 3 dots and say approve messaging or something.
Yeah, all messages, and you should get the notifications, because YouTube channels that I'm subscribed to, I always get alerts when they upload something. You mean New Year's Eve?
You can kill our email. Yeah. Go across the bottom.
Huh? Oh.
You can kill our email going. Yeah, New Year. So we're going live Monday night, the 29th, just to do Q&A about the university. Dwayne's going live on the YouTube here the 31st.
Yeah.
Then you're going, not on the 7th is your Wednesday night.
Right. My regular live.
Regular, yeah.
Equipoise. That's a VA term. I think they spell it different. Is the VA internal policy at the regional office not to grant retro back pay like $200K for CUE if you have a real legal case of VA not following regs? Just wondering if they punt these cases to VA. This sounds like a VA employee. This is straight VA claim language. Okay. And I think that this
even
is
the name, even the YouTube name.
Yeah, this is a test for me. So let me read it again. Is it VA internal policy? I don't know if it's an internal policy. I don't know, because I don't have access to that anymore. And the regional office not to grant retro back pay like $200K for a CUE if you have a legal case. That I don't know. It sounds like the answer could be yes, but I don't know, because I don't have access to that internal policy. But whoever this is, it sounds like you might be a VA employee, which is okay. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I don't have access to any internal policies. But it sounds like something the VA would do.
Yeah, when you get done working over there, come work in the university. We could use some more educators.
Yeah, I know, right? I would like to see an actionable and sufficient DBQ and IMO. This, while we have a fighting chance as to why we have a fighting chance, as why it is used. I even a decision that our examiner was more credible than our PCB. I used to do, when I first started my business done, I would load my calendar up while I was doing free training. I used Eventbrite back then. I would have 2 or 3 trainings a week. And I had one, I'm about to say last year, early this year, February, I had one where I broke down what goes into a Nexus statement. Okay. And even the people in my monthly veterans membership, in that side, that membership, I have a Nexus template for direct service connection and secondary. Also, I think we're up to like video number 4 in the membership. And I have a class that I did just for my members I went through a DBQ. I think it was a migraine, line by line, explaining what makes it actionable and sufficient. Okay. And by the way, I don't do those free trainings anymore. It was hard to get people to sign up. So I discontinued. And they were free.
Well, and what goes with your DBQ that they should have as well?
What goes in it?
What should be paired with the DBQ?
The Nexus.
Yeah.
If it's just an increase, you don't need a Nexus. Here's another thing, Don. People are going out and paying hundreds of dollars just for a Nexus statement. You need to DBQ people because even if they can service connect you, they don't know what percentage because the diagnostic code criteria is not in the Nexus, it's in the DBQ. Now, let's say you have an actionable and sufficient Nexus. It lands on my desk. Oh, veterans claiming this.
Scheduled for CMP exam.
Exactly. Without asking the CMP examiner to do a Nexus because you already gave me one. But guess how many VA employees are going to do that? Probably none. Okay. And they probably don't even know that they can do that. So don't waste hundreds of dollars, especially if you're doing an increase, right? If you're doing an increase, let's say from you service connected for the back and you having pain now, even though you might have full range of motion, you have pain, don't spend money for a private DBQ. Go to the CMP exam because as long as you have pain and you put the word pain in your lay statement, and even though the doctor doesn't annotate pain, the rater is still supposed to use your subjective symptoms in your lay statement to grant the higher percentage. It's 10%, and you didn't pay anything for a DBQ. Okay?
And where are they going to get that? If they are using the 38 CFR and the diagnostic codes that come along with that pairs up with your symptomology, or using our software to get there. So that's the whole point.
Exactly. So these are things, people, that you have to think about. And, you know, and somebody said, Wayne, you're making this stuff sound easy. I'm just quoting or talking about stuff that's in the 38 CFR. It's just not me just randomly pulling this stuff out of the sky.
It's like Frank, too, right? You were having that conversation, too. And even me, I mean, it took me 3 years to kind of catch on, but he does repeat himself over and over and over again because there's this box that they live in. And once you understand the playing field, you know, it's very tactical in a sense, right? But and not in a bad way. It's just like, hey, this is how you've got to play the game. These are the rules of the game. This is how it's played. This is how they're playing by these rules. Once you understand the rules, it becomes a little simpler. Yeah. We've just built the trifecta to help you navigate that.
Exactly. And if they're not playing by the rules, you want to know. You want to know that.
Accountable.
You want to know that, so you hold them accountable, right? I already read that one. I would like to see it. Okay, I already did that one. Just received service connection for left knee strain, etc. I've been diagnosed with lumbar strain, IVD, intravictular degenerative. Man, they killing me. Okay, degenerative disc disease, DDD. How likely is secondary connection to left knee at 30%? Well, one, it's two different things. You got to get service connected, and then it's going to be based off your range of motion. Okay. I don't know the degrees for 30% for range of motion for flexion or extension. It's pretty high though.
But get the diagnostic code and look at the rating scheduler, and where does your symptomology fall on there? And what's that Flexon tool they use?
Oh, goniometer. Goniometer. Yeah.
They're going to measure that, and they're going to fall into that scale somewhere.
Yep. Hold on, we got another one. Member here. I got to keep the date stamp 129. Let's see. All right, we got a new member. All right. Welcome. Welcome. And for those of you that are members, I did something. What you get with that, you okay, there I am. You get the premium is basic, standard, and premium. The premium, what I did for the premium members, we do a video once a month where you only see it if you're premium. And then on the third Wednesday of every month, we do a Q&A, journal Q&A, but then Q&As about that particular video. August, September, October, November, December, I did step 1, step 2, step 3. step 4, step 5 of the VA claims process, had a presentation, and then I followed up with a Q&A after that. A lot of you have not been showing up. You're paying for this. Show up, because we've been on here almost 2 hours. Normally, I only do this for an hour, and we still got buku questions. I'm not able to get through all these questions in 1 hour, but if you're a premium member, I think last time I bought a new computer. My tech support screwed up, so they had it like a white film, like I was in the clouds or something, right? But we only had one person show up, and they only asked like 2 questions. Okay, so imagine I've been in trainings where I was doing a lot of trainings for free when I first started. I would have 60 people sign up. And I remember one time, one veteran showed up, and we were live for 2 hours. Can you imagine one person?
They got it in
hours. Right? Yeah, and they were like, "Hey, can I keep going?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's keep going." You know, everybody else is lost. And too bad I don't do those trainings anymore. I used to even do town halls, all that stuff, and it was town halls. I think after the second and third year, people start to, when they start to see me on YouTube, they start to, show up. But even now, I did a training, free training 2 years ago when I was going to go on tour and I had to cancel it.
Yeah.
Had 530, I'll never forget this number, 532 people sign up. Free training over 4 days.
How many showed up?
First night, 154.
Yeah.
The last night, it was 80. Came back about 10 months later. I think I charged $97.99. You know how you got to test the market, right? I had 23 people. The next year, I did it for 27, I think. 27. And I had about 23, 25 people. Then I did it this past August. $9.99, had 70 people. And I think all of them showed up. They were all in there, right? So if you see, and I'm on other free platforms that I tell people about, and they don't even show up. And I'm like,
well, and that's one of the hardest lessons to learn, right? Is you've got to show up and be your best advocate for your own claim. And that's what you pushed and instilled on me is when you asked me that one, like a couple of years back, you're like, where are you at in the claims process? I'm like, well, I'm on break, right? Because I'm so frustrated with the process. Don's taking a hiatus. And you're like, look, you got to put in like 2 hours a week at least, 2 to 5 hours. Just put the time in, put the work in, and just stay consistent. And you'll get there, right? But it is a process. You got to learn the rules of the game and how to navigate it, develop your strategy, and then how do you get there? How do you win?
Right. That's key. And so, going back to the university, I would say you could probably, out of those 10 classes, you could maybe get away. We're going to record those and put them in a portal, and you can go back and watch. But it's nothing like, watching it live, getting in it. And I understand, things go on in life with people. Things happen. But you got to be, you got to make every effort to be there. And you got to be doing things outside of class, period. If you're not doing
class that's your time that you're working on your claim. It's not like, oh, I got to show up and they're going to infuse this knowledge. I mean, you're working on developing your claim during that process. So
right. So if if you're not putting anything into it, what I mean by that is time. You're not going to get anything out of it. You're gonna leave and be like, yeah, I didn't get anything. But you're not going to tell anybody, hey, I didn't put anything in. I just showed up. I just want to see, because again, if you read the book, I'm talking about, hey, I'm going to get medical evidence. I'm scheduling appointments. I'm doing stuff like that. You got to do that. Even if you're not in the university, you still got to do it.
Submitted. What am I doing while the claim's submitted? I mean, that was a great section in there too.
Yeah. Are you just sitting around waiting? No, you're looking at something, you better be proactive. Like, hey, plan for worst case scenario.
Or you're going to be like my dad, take 15 years to get
it. It was 15 years. But you got to think about, did they get the effective date right? If they didn't, what effective date should they have used? What is the 38 CFR that covers that? Did they lowball me? Did they grant me service connection, but they gave me 0%, and it should have been 30%? What do you do?
Often, yeah.
Right. You got to be looking, you got to be thinking about this stuff, right? Because when you're ready to call them out, you got to know what you're talking about. Watch your videos regularly. Appreciate the support. Had submitted for lumbar as primary, have been denied now on 2 different occasions. I also have lumbar stenosis. Where does it fall under the different ways of service connection? Okay.
Get your FOIA request in too. Get the medical notes from the doctor to give you some information as to why they're denying it.
Let's see what we got here. Dwayne, I submitted a supplemental claim on November 27th, and I haven't had a change in the status as of today. Could it be because of no, could be. Could be a lot of things actually. But I wouldn't say just because of the holiday though. Could be.
Well, probably too, they were inundated too with the government shutdown, remember, for a period of time. So there's probably a backlog going
getting caught up. All right, let's see. I have favorable IMO and CMP exam connecting in-service hyperlipidemia to a diagnosis of CAD. VA denied my claim. I think the rater misinterpreted the M21 explaining lab results. Yeah, it's more to it than this. I wouldn't be looking at, and again, people, I did a video, who denied your claim? And in that video, I'm talking about when it was the rater and when it was the medical examiner or mental health examiner. You have to understand the difference. Okay. You have to understand the difference. Who actually denied it and why. Okay. All right, Don, you get anything from Sandra?
I did. I got your email, Sandra. We'll be getting that out here to you tonight.
And I'm checking Shopify. I don't see nothing.
My wallet's downstairs. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Last question. Last question.
Are you calling it? Truly Blessed is calling it?
I was like, last question. You're like, okay, enough is enough. We gotta go. We gotta go wrap some presents. You're like, last question. He got me because I was like, wait a minute, what's he talking about? Where do I find the video on favorable findings on your channel? And I appreciate all the information you're handling out. Okay, all right. Should I give him a crash course right quick, Don?
Let's do it.
On how to find a video on my channel.
I went there earlier for Sandra, I think, or somebody, Sally, whoever wanted that video. There's a little search icon in there.
Let me go to YouTube. I'm on YouTube, but I'm in the back end. So, okay, let me share my screen. Give me 1 second.
Let's get our link back up to join us on the webinar. We're doing another one on the 29th. If you do that Black Friday.
Which thing is that? That's the Black Friday or?
That's the Black Friday link. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, learn. Okay, I got it here. Learn more about the university. That's the home. I think this is the right one. Okay, yeah, university.va benefits navigator. All right. Let me get back to
favorable findings on the channel. Bless you.
Oh man, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Paying it forward. That's what we do. We educate and pay it forward.
Okay. All right. So we are on YouTube. Who is that guy? This is for my premium members. So all my premium members, if you see this right here, This is for you. Now, I also, for the standard members, I'll give you access to videos. Like right after I finish this, I'm going to give you access to a video that I'm going to upload later in the week. So you'll get first dibs to be able to watch that. But this one right here is only for the premium members. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where I did no, this is the video. Yeah, this is the video. And then I followed up with a live. Or I think this is the live. One of the two. Okay. All right. So let's go to my channel. This is my home screen. As you can tell, I listen to a lot of music. Man, how to get my channel? Oh, just type my name in, right?
Well, you can hit YouTube channel on the video there too.
Yeah. So this is the way it'll look if you all did a search for me. Put in Dwayne Kimball, as you can see, all my lovely videos. I don't know who that guy is right there. But what you want to do, you want to click on my face. That's me. Or you click on, I'm sorry, over here on KMD89. And then when you get here, okay, this is my channel home screen. Okay.
And look at that, all the videos. 8 million.
Yeah. Reviews. Thanks. Come to videos. See this little icon? I mean, I don't know if you call it icon, but this little magnifying glass, right?
Yeah, a little magnifying glass.
Click on it. Type in favorable. Favorable. Here we go. All the videos. I got what? 1, 2, 3.
Hey, and there's your video. Who denied your claim? Right there.
Yep,
You're just talking about that.
That's it. That was a long time ago because I got different.
Oh, there's DJ. Now. You got more with DJ down below.
Yeah, DJ did one. He did a really good presentation. That was almost 3 hours, people, 4 years ago. He did a presentation on favorable findings. Yeah.
DJ is also former VA rater.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's how you find. Let's see, day in a life. Day in the life of a rater. I'm talking about, that's 5 years ago. I did it again. VA Rater Life Reveal.
That'd be a funny Nugget Man video if you did a spoof.
Do one, maybe find an office space and get it set up like I'm a VA employee.
Yeah.
And have somebody sitting there. And then I come in dressed like Nugget Man and be like, put the milk and cookies up. What you doing eating the milk and cookies? I'm sorry, Nugget Man. I'm behind on my production quota. Well, what do you need? What is the 38 CFR for this? And then here you go for working through that troublesome claim, milk and cookies on VA Nugget Man. So people, that's how you look up a video on my channel. That's it. And I do get asked that a lot. It was like, hey, can you give me the link? I got over 800 videos, people. See how quick it was? And I get asked that often. Okay.
803 I saw right there. Now I can say
803, over 800. I'm gonna see if I can do 1,000 by this time next year. See, I can do 1,000.
Does that count shorts too?
I don't think so. I think it's just lives. I could be wrong. Good question. I think it's just lives, and because when I look at the total count under the content for the long form videos, it's probably around like 500-600, and then I got the live streams, so it could include the shorts. It could. I think so. Say May 2012, 2 in-service hospitalization diagnosis treatments for PVD were not known nor before the VA adjudicators when they made decision 2013 to deny for service connection. Your thoughts? Merry Christmas. If you had a CMP exam, then the doctor said no. You have to understand whether the rater or the doctor, why they said no. What are you claiming? Where does it fall under the different ways of service connection, and why the examiner said no? Okay. Man, a lot of people come in late, Don. This FNP for a medical program.
What is FNP? Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Because
was
they
it.
saw
But Sandra beat it. Sandra beat him.
Sandra
She
got
was
it. There she
yeah.
is.
Like, yeah. She was like, yeah. But everybody came in like late. She was, oh no, she's not late.
Let's
She
give
came
out
in at,
another book. I'm in the holiday spirit,
okay.
Dwayne. I'll buy another book for somebody out there. Let's think
Okay. Well, hold on. We are not going to do another book until somebody tells me how many likes we have.
Oh, here, I'll tell you. I just sent the link to my mom because she's like, I always want to see you when you're on with Dwayne. So I just sent her the link. She'll join late if she's
Okay.
around. This looks like 69 people. Let's get that up.
Yeah.
We got to get 100 likes at least. I'll like it.
I know, right?
Oh,
Let's see.
72. Look at that. 73.
Oh, so we got somebody. Nobody said,
74. There we
yeah,
go.
but nobody in the comments. I'm all the way down at the bottom, and nobody. Sandra says, yeah. Okay, Sandra, how many likes do we have? Okay, Greg Robinson says 71. Okay, all right. Do we give Greg a book since he was the first one that told us what the likes?
That's too easy.
That's too easy. All right.
We gotta
Official
make 'em
military personnel records. Official military personnel file.
Oh, because I asked what OMPF was. Yeah.
Okay.
We got enough acronyms.
Oh, that's yeah. I never would official military. We're going to a CMP exam. Is to my benefit to have a notepad with your questions. If the examiner doesn't have anything, just in case, plus have everything that I submitted. Awesome question. And guess what? I got a video on that. What if your exam is only 5 minutes long? What to do?
I had one exam, it was less than 5 minutes. It was literally 3 minutes long. The lady, I don't know what happened. This was for my migraines. That's right.
All you got to do is ask them, hey, can we go through the DBQ and ask all the questions so you're fully aware of all my symptomology? Because it's not all in the claims folder. So I would like to go through the DBQ.
And that's going to give you a sense of what they're going to be putting down there. So
yeah, because how can they complete? I've seen examiners ask this question: how are you doing today? Where are you from? What branch of service did you serve? All right, that's all. And they'll fill out a whole mental health DBQ based off that.
Yeah, right.
I had it happen to a client. I was like, what? And so he was like, did it ever happen to you? I said, yeah, but I control the narrative. So I went in that exam for the migraines. How you doing today? I have very completely prostrating attack, severe economic and adaptability. I got a headache. What is your last four?
That language from, right?
Yeah. What is your last four? I have very completely prostrating headache, severe economic and adaptability. I gave him my last four. And by this time, she looking at me like, okay, this dude's crazy. So every question she asked. So guess what? When they got to the question on the DBQ about does the veteran have completely prostrating attack, severe economic and adaptability? She just smiled and was like, I think I know the answer to this one without even asking.
You're just leaving the breadcrumbs for him, right?
But let me tell you anyway, but you shouldn't have to do that. And then that's something you should have in your lay statement. So if you're going in for an increase, I am claiming an increase in my service-connected X. Since my last CMP exam, my condition has worsened. I now present with the following symptoms. And write verbatim what those are based off the criteria for the next higher percentage. Because if the examiner doesn't check that box and the rater does not grant that higher percentage, they can use that. They can use their subjective evidence. I can't think of the 38 CFR, the citation. But again, that's how you win the high level review. They gave us the answers to that test.
And that's what we do really well. That's what the software does really well, is helping you to develop that lay statement, because our algorithms bring that language out of the 38 CFR, the diagnostic codes that you're inputting to the system, and we create a basic outline to what should be your lay statement that you can completely hop in and customize, because you need to add your personal twist on it, your symptomology, what you're experiencing. You need to add that, but we give you the bones to that. That's what our software does really well, which is the cornerstone to your claim.
Right. Exactly. Scott, thank you for being a member. Sorry, I missed that.
Good question, though. That we had that come up in one of our training sessions too.
Yeah. Okay. Official military personnel file. Okay. I was exposed to burn pits in my record. I was diagnosed with. Okay, I covered that earlier. 371. Okay. All right. So I was just looking this up. What is an EP or I should know that, but
not episode 40. That's episode 40.
End product. What is this for? General information. EP040. Here we go. Upfront verification. EP040 PMC. Supplemental claim non-rating. I want to make sure I got that right.
Where the claimant disagrees with the previous VA decision.
So is that supplemental?
That's your end product code. You're right.
Establishing product. Yeah. So yeah, supplemental claim. Yeah, that's what I said. Supplemental claim non-rating.
Yeah.
So overall, yeah. See how quick we found that, people? That education.
Well, that's a good question. Testing us out. Yeah.
All United States Marine Corps service records.
we asked the question a long time ago. But thank you. There we go, everybody.
Yeah. Mr. Ray, Wayne, best way to front load TBI residual claim. Have it documented in your medical records along with a diagnosis, and you need to understand the facets on the diagnostic code 8045. Have the diagnosis, neurologist, medical opinion, doctor less than 5 miles from me. All right. In case the VA so be careful with TBI claims because I have to look it up. I think only VA doctors can do the TBI. I know you cannot get a DBQ done by a private doctor for TBI. I did a video on what DBQs that are not on the VA's website, and they have a list at the bottom of that, and they break it out, and TBI is one of those. So if someone outside the VA is saying, yes, I'll do a TBI, a neurologist, I'll do a TBI DBQ, no, don't waste your money. Buddy statements, yes, that should help. And when you do buddy statements, especially if you weren't treated in service, in your late statement, you want to ask that VA employee to concede that this incident happened based off your buddy statements. So what should happen in the development phase, if I say, hey, I served with Don and Don knew this was going on with me, they're going to have to go to my military personnel records, Don's military personnel records to confirm, hey, we were in the same unit, same location. Once that is confirmed, that should be enough where they can concede that incident happened and schedule you a CMP exam. Same thing, like, for example, sleep apnea. You have your wife write a statement for you, okay? Say, hey, I was married to this particular soldier, to my husband or wife, whatever, and they would snore, stop breathing, stuff like that. Wake up, temporarily stop breathing for a second or two, wake up. But the veterans on the veteran side, they fail to ask that VA employee to concede based off the information in the buddy statements.
Baby steps.
Trouble. Man, Blue. If you don't get out of here, your head gonna get swole. It's gonna be trouble. That Bernie Mac Players Club. I should have asked that question, like, what movie is that from? Official person. Christmas came early with this live. Thank you both for all that you do to help veterans. Yeah. I may get bored later on, like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to go live again.
Live again.
They send you to CMP exams to get their point quote. Actually, I disagree because I think when I was requesting exams, I would only get a 0.5 towards my production quota. But if that claim had, let's say, 3 conditions and the veteran had an actionable sufficient DBQ for all those 3 conditions, I could possibly get 1.5. So I'm like, let me go ahead and knock this out right now instead of just, because if I schedule 3 CMP exams, doesn't matter how many exams I schedule, I'm only going to get 0.5. But if I go ahead and rate that evidence, if I rate that claim based off the evidence, I can get 1.5 for those 3 conditions.
The scale of points, the point system, what is it? We should do a video on that.
I had to get 79 production points in 2 weeks. And I'm going to tell you,
man, spoof video.
That Thursday before the end of the pay period,
you cramming it all in.
Man, if I was like, I remember one time I was like at 70 points. I'm like, man, I'm good, like on Wednesday. And I started getting cases like for Parkinson's. And I was like, oh no. So I was like, let me go find a hearing loss and tinnitus. Let me go find, I can't remember which EP. I think it's EP 900. That was the IU verification. Those like 0.5, and then they dropped it down like 0.43. And so I could knock out like 8 of those in like 30 minutes. And then that Friday, you couldn't sleep because you didn't know what type of claims you were going to get. So that Friday, you just like, you're running. And then all of a sudden 3:30 hit. And I look at Veda's, oh man, I made it. And then it was beer 30 after that.
What happens if you don't make it?
Man, you don't make if you make a, like one time, I'm going to tell y'all, I talked about this in my videos, July 5th, 2017, about 8:30 a.m. in the morning, they came out with new production standards for raters. And I didn't meet my quota July, August, or September 2017. Now I'm rating the way I was trained. And management mindset is let's raise the production quota because people work faster and that'll help us lower the backlog. I'm like, they never worked in the private sector. It's just, that doesn't make sense, right? So I was rating the way that they trained me and I wasn't meeting my quota. So I was working overtime, not so much for the money, but to stay ahead, because at the time when you worked overtime, you weren't on a quota. So I would work a lot of my harder cases, you know.
Like just taking more time.
Yep. And when I got my end of year evaluation, my supervisor, she's from Missouri too, went to the same college my mom went to. Not saying that meant anything. She told my supervisor, he can't work any more overtime. He didn't meet his quota. And she was like, well, have you discussed a PIP, performance improvement plan? I was like, what? But my quality was high. They didn't care about me having a good quality. It was the production. So I said, you know what? I'll never work another minute of overtime as long as I ever worked for the federal government. And I never did.
You quit shortly after that then, right?
Yeah, a year later, I went in, canceled all of my overtime. This was like the middle of October. And he was like, oh, no, man, I went to her and I told her, you're exceptional now. You're at exceptional. Not needs improvement. You're at exceptional. I was like, I know. I look at that every day I log in. How many points do I have? How many points left do I need by the end of the 2 weeks? I said, I'm canceling all my overtime. Don't ask me to work on those special projects. I'm not doing nothing other than the cases on my desk. Well, I told her, I said, you ain't have to tell her nothing. Don't ask me. No, nothing. No, nothing. No, nothing. I'm done. I'm just coming here. I'm gonna eat my little milk and cook, my milk and cookies. But that's it. And so I had to, change the way I rated, not meaning I had to deny, But if you ever, I can split the best way to explain is if you ever play spades, the card game, and you're in a battle, and it's a term called sandbagging.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did.
Oh, you
And
started sandbagging cases?
I was not sandbagging like denying or anything like that. It was a process. And what it was, I can share it now. If I had a hard case, I may not work it immediately. I'll get my quota for that day and I'll work that hard case. Now I may be almost done, but I'm not hitting the submit button. Then the next day, I'm working easier cases to get my quota. Then when I get back to this hard case, I might do 15, 20 minutes of review and hit submit. Then I'll hit another hard case, but those other claims have helped me reach my quota, not for 2 days, but possibly 4 days. So I was still able to, right. I was able to service the vet because I gave myself more time to look at that case. Right. I gave myself more time to look at that case. And that's what I figured out. And so that's why I call it sandbagging. So,
but that's the way you guys should be operating, you would think, right?
Well, yeah, I didn't, I was like, why didn't I ever do this before? Right. But, when they changed that quota, I was like, I got to figure out something. And after that, I think I went to work I was already working from home.
Yeah. You said you had to work from home.
Yeah. Full time. And I got more done. So it just, it was little things like that that was pissing me off. I felt that the directors, they were lying. They were like, oh yeah, it's all about the vet. And then you get an email from your supervisor, front office, meaning management, upper management. They want to know if you can rate this case. No, we need information from the vet. And so come back the next morning, I'll log into VBMS. Let me look at this case again. It's no longer there. My supervisor took it, gave it to somebody else. And that person they gave it to was notorious. They would always go ahead, whatever the front office wanted them to do.
A yes man. They're just a yes man. Oh,
and so man. I'm like, out front saying it's about the veteran, meaning director, but this is what you all are doing behind the scenes. And it's not right. And so when I retired, he asked me, he said, hey, we got close to 30 Raiders on the team. Do you want to come in and we'll have a pizza party? Hell no.
Send me my last check. I'm out.
I went in and turned my computer in, Don. I didn't go. He was like, hey, I just talked to, I don't want to say her name, but the lady that, said I couldn't work no more overtime. I talked to her and, she said you had to bring your computer in. Man, I just left NSC. That was the tech support. I said, I just turned it in. Oh, you in the building? Yeah, I'm about to turn my ID card in. I'm leaving. And then,
you're already out.
Yeah. And then the dude talking about, man, no, you can't turn your card in. You gotta do a checkout list. You know what you can do with that checkout list. So I'm out there talking, and the supervisor of finance, he comes out. And he like, what's going on? And he was in my van pool for years, so he knew me, right? He was at my wedding too. I say, I don't want to say his name. I was like, H, I done got my letter for retirement, man. And this dude telling me he ain't about to take my ID card. When I'm about to tell him, he's like, hold on, no, just hold on. You don't want to do that. I was like, man, you better, what? I ain't fill out no checklist. Screw your check. I'm done. This letter say I'm done. I don't have no computer. Here your card. I don't have nothing.
No property.
And I just did not like the people that were just like the yes. Oh, man, that you see, I'm getting triggered now, right?
I know.
I didn't like that.
Dwayne doesn't like being told no, or you can't do that.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I'm like, what? And so when I I left, man. When I retired,
What is that?
my wife was like, "What are you gonna do?" And I was like, "I'm gonna educate veterans on this process."
Hey,
I said,
and I met you at Hillsborough
County Community College, yeah.
Yeah, right after that. That's
Yeah.
funny.
But yeah, it was a year. Yeah, it was a year after that. And so, and that's why I go so hard in the things, that I talk about on YouTube and then work with you, Don. And I remember we had a conversation like, hey, what are you gonna do with this software? What do you want it to look like? I'm like, yeah, I got the book. I'm like, people ask about the university because working in that system, man, it's you better be educated because I can say a lot of things, but I don't want people to think bad about the VA because the VA itself and what it was founded on is all good. But like any organization, it's the individuals that make up that organization that make it look bad or make it look good, And it's sad that some of the employees just don't take the time. And I get it because people were talking about production quotas. And so I tell people, once you learn this process, you understand the documents that you have to submit, you're going to put that VA employee in a position to be successful when your claim hits their desk. If you want them VA employees that want to submit 1,000 pages, I tell you right now, I wasn't looking through that. I'm looking through enough to find an error to defer it to get it out of my queue because that's going to put me behind on my production quota and I could get fired.
Well, and as we in our trainings, I mean, you don't need all that, right? You
exactly.
Gotta stick to the facts, learn the process, get educated on the process, and you're submitting sufficient and actionable evidence.
Yep.
A lay statement, maybe a buddy statement, DBQ, Nexus. These things aren't huge things. I mean, my dad was guilty of that. He would always get personal with it and just go away. You ain't doing this, that type of stuff. And so
he let him have it, huh?
He let him have it every claim. Like,
so it's just, and I just got sick and tired of it. I'm like, you all are saying this, and we have town halls and the veterans there. You're saying one thing, but I'm seeing something different behind the scenes, and it's not right. And I was like, it is not right. I did a video about, is there discrimination? And it took me a while to think about even wanting to do that. But I was thinking about an instance where I thought a raider looked at a veteran based off their ethnicity. Am I pronouncing it right? Ethnicity. Is that pronouncing it right? Ethnicity. Yeah. You said it all low, like, is that what you're talking about? I know how to say it. But I can remember, man, the veteran, I can remember the town that the veteran lived here in Florida. The veteran was an 88 Mike in the Army. He was a dump truck driver when he got out of the Army. He got service connected for right knee chondral malacia. He did a CMP exam in Gainesville, Florida. The only thing that he had in his records on his exit exam, he had bilateral knee pain / strain. That was enough for me to send him for a CMP exam. I'm thinking in my mind, he's not going to get service connected. The doctor gave him a positive opinion. I go on vacation. Another raider gets the case. But in the veteran's lay statement, the veteran's like, hey, I was driving a dump truck and I ran into a lady. I got fired. My knee gave out. When I was in the military, driving those. And I knew exactly what he meant because they would take us out to the field. And I was like, man, you had to really press down on that brake to stop that truck. And he was saying how he had to move back in.
Heavy ass truck. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With his ex-wife. Now, this claim was probably like 10 years ago, right? He had to move back in with his ex-wife because he, lost his job, got fired, wasn't making any money. I go on vacation. 6 months later, I'm in a training session. And this raider on my team, we were doing something about claims or something. And he was saying, he had a veteran, he was explaining this case. I'm like, man, that was one of my cases. And then he says, yeah, I read it, and I think he shouldn't have been given an exam anyway. So I'm like, now he's talking indirectly to me.
Mm-hmm.
I got triggered. I got up, walked out, went straight to that veteran's POA representative. I said, now I went to my desk. I got the claims number. Who's working this case? Just so happened, I knew the POA. And I said, hey, what's going on with this claim? And he looked at it. We looked at it. The doctor gave a positive opinion. The rater reached back out to the examiner and asked him to verify the opinion again. And the doctor said, yes, chondromalacia is not an early onset. It onsets later in life based off repetitive, what do you say? Repetitive
just exposure to that.
Yeah. Still wasn't enough for the rater.
Didn't get the answer he wanted. So
he went to quality to figure out a way to deny this claim.
That's developing to deny.
And I always felt, but see, the veterans, they don't know this. The veteran never knew this. So I was thinking that was the one time I didn't have proof. It was a feeling that he discriminated against that veteran because the color of his skin. That was one time, and I didn't say none of this in the video, but so then I went to work from home, I think full time, and I came in office for something. I see the POA like a year later. I say, hey, whatever happened to that case? So I'm breaking it down for him. He's like, man, how you remember that? He said, oh yeah, the veteran died. Now, if the veteran would have won that case, he only would have been 10%. He would back then 10% was like $110 a month. That's it. But I also remember telling that POA, if you do a high level review, you can call a witness. Call me as a witness. Because I got a lot of get off my chest. Yeah. I can tell you exactly, So that's why another reason I'm so passionate about this, especially from the education piece, that's how you beat people like that at the VA, knowing what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do.
The rules of the game. What are the rules of the game they're playing?
That's it. All right. We'll get ready to shut it down here in a little bit. I know Don's getting tired. Them legs, that sciatica is acting up.
You see me.
Yeah,
I'm good to go. If you want to keep going, I'll go as long as you want today.
All right. Also, Dwayne, I bought your new book to give.
All right, Mr. Ray. We got a book to give away, too. We got one more book to give away. Yeah. I'm in the giving spirit. But sorry, Mr. Ray.
We got a new member. I've been diagnosed with, y'all be throwing these things at me. I'm like,
myasthenia gravis?
Yeah, yeah. 3 years after I got out of the service, I don't have this service connected, but have been receiving treatment at the VA. Is this connected? Oh, good question. We have to ask AI or Google that. I don't know. Connected to anthrax. Did you have anthrax in service? Is it documented?
Muscle weakness.
Muscle weakness, that could fall under chronic fatigue syndrome. Or is that mainly bone? In military, audiologists just rebase.
Sorry, my bad. Long-term autoimmune.
Autoimmune. So yeah, I would say if it's due to anthrax, I would have to Google that or ask a medical professional. In the military, audiologists just rebaseline us every couple of years. Yeah, I remember taking those weak tests. If you have no STRs when you were in the military, not good. Is the best course of action to be medical diagnosis from your private doctors and Nexus letters so you can get scheduled for CMP exam. So you have to understand the different ways of service connection. So if you don't have anything documented in your military records, you got to ask yourself, what conditions will the VA concede without any medical records, right? In service. One of those is tinnitus, tenderness, whatever one you want to call it. And it's based off acoustic trauma. I have a couple of videos how to win you claim for tinnitus. And then if you have anything secondary to tinnitus, major depressive disorder, tinnitus, I'm sorry, migraines, secondary to tinnitus. I have videos on secondary to secondary to secondary to secondary. Okay. I've seen veterans just have tinnitus. That's the only thing they got service connected and a direct service connection. And then they claim other things secondary to get them to 90 or 100%.
But if you don't have, I mean, what was lost? I think Vietnam guys lost. Something got burned up, right? There was like a fire.
Yeah, 75. Yeah, a lot of. And I remember working some of those cases, and they would send them in the claims folder, and you can still smell some of the smoke in that claims folder. It's crazy, right? But again, they had some direction around that. You know, a lot of them, they were like, "Hey, send us a buddy statement or something like that." I remember doing a guy's claim. He didn't have anything. His got completely destroyed. But his wife had kept letters that she had written.
Oh, wow.
And the mail stopped. And he got 100%. I gave him like about 400K. But him and his wife cursed me out when I made that first phone call. Because I was like, we don't have anything in your records putting you in Vietnam. And maybe I could have worded that a little bit better. That was enough. That was enough. Or worded a little bit differently. That was what the blank you mean I wasn't in Vietnam? I was a shit kicker and man. So when I called him back, and his wife was in the background because she heard him cussing. And she said, "Who you cussing at?" And he didn't say Dwayne. He said the VA. I'm cussing at the VA. Them SOBs, they're telling me I wasn't in Vietnam. And then she started cursing. I know, because nobody had called him. They just kept denying. I was working overtime that day. I still remember the cubicle I was sitting in, right? And I rated the case, and she was in the background. She said, "You were there because I wrote you all these letters and da-da-da." And I heard it. I said, "Hey," I said, "Excuse me, sir. Hate to cut you off. Can you ask your wife?" "I'm not asking." I said, "Can you ask her, does she still have the letters?" "This blank and want to know you still got the letters." "Yeah, I got them in the bed." I said, "Go get one." I said, "What does it say?" And I guess back then they would have those envelopes with the little red and blue stripes around the corner.
Yeah.
I said, "It has your name on there, right? And what does it say in the mail stop? Saigon. Can you send me a copy of that?" And he paused because he was like, "Wait a minute. Nobody hasn't went this far with me before." Called him back the next Saturday when I was working overtime again. I said, "Sir, it's Wayne Kimball. What the hell you want?" He just started going off on me again.
I got your letter.
Hey, I looked at the claim and I was able to grant you, service connection for coronary artery disease for being in Vietnam. I said, "You should get the letter sometime this week." I said, "It has to go through the process." Long pause. I said, "Hello, are you there?" He was crying when he came back on the phone. Total different conversation. Nobody before me picked up the phone. Just took one phone call. One phone call. In this case, not everybody's case, but in this
case. That's how my dad got when I was telling you. It was all personal all the time because he was so frustrated with the process. He just gave up and he would just yell and rant. And so, he just never got educated. So he didn't have the Facebook groups. He didn't have all that stuff that is there today. The YouTube videos, so these guys can get stuck in the process if they're just not up to speed with the support that's out there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me get back up to where I was at.
What we got for comments?
With Buddy and personal statements. Yeah.
There you go.
When was this? Always having these sales, but I don't get these notifications. So Mr. Ray, if you're talking about the Navigator, I'm going to put some links. We're going live next. We're doing a Zoom 29th. I'm putting it in the comment section. So for those of you that are interested in our VA Benefits Navigator University starting February 3rd
I'll
and
drop
12th.
it in there. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're doing it. The 3rd is going to be from 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And February 12th is going to be from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Standard Time because we're on East Coast. We're in Florida. So we want to make sure we accommodated, people out west that are 3 hours behind us to try to do it a little bit later in the evening. Okay.
What do you want dropped in there? University, or you want the?
I did the Zoom for next.
Oh,
You
tonight?
can put the
Okay.
university if people just want to go sign up for it right now. Yeah, Trouble says I don't get notifications either. I don't think even if you do select when you click subscribe, go back to one of my videos and underneath click that subscribe button and make sure you hit the all. And I think to the left of all it has a bell. Make sure you select that one. Okay. If you just click subscribe.
Yeah, because I got disabled or unsubscribe, but I have to enable that.
Right. Right.
And then you have to enable it in your YouTube settings in your phone.
So it's more than just click and subscribe. You enable it or click all, and you should get every time I post something, you should get notification.
Oh, Stacey Baton's on. Look at that. She's watching.
Is she? All right.
What do you want to ask her? Where you at with your claim?
What was the famous term that Gunny Highway said in Full Metal Jacket? Which actor did he name? You can't say it, Don. When the guy said, "Is it you, John Wayne?" I just gave the answer. Shoot. John Wayne. But what did he say? What is that drill sergeant's name? Let's see if Stacey Baton knows that name.
Oh, let's do a book giveaway.
Yeah.
Whoever can name the drill sergeant.
And Full Metal Jacket. All right, my claim for PTSD was denied and later approved after 7 years with new effective date of 2025 instead of 2018. I appealed the decision, was reversed last month. I got the back pay, so don't give up. Woo! That means he's taking us to Sizzlers.
My claim was denied and later approved after 7 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
And see, I was saying that earlier. Just because you get service connected and, you want to check the effective date, you want to check the percentage that they assign, all that stuff. So we got your sister on. We got your mom. Did she get on, Don?
I don't think mom's got a YouTube account, so probably not. She's probably wondering how to get in.
Well, tell Station to drive over there.
Yeah, get over there, mom.
Wayne Smith, some veterans are not willing to advocate or help themselves, but they will complain about the VA disability claims process is unfair. I didn't say that, Wayne, you said it, but I have to agree with you. Some veterans, I talk to veterans, they say, well, I don't want to do that. I shouldn't have to do that. Hey, look.
Craig Robinson got it. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. You have to do that. Like I stated earlier, VA is just not going to make it easy for you, So I do agree with you, Wayne. Some vets do that. But
and that's what we're talking about that's why we focused on education, because you've got to advocate for yourself, not a VSO. Yes, you could leverage these things up. You could leverage attorneys. You could leverage claims agents, the paid guys. But you, at the end of the day, got to know. You got to advocate. And how do you know if they're right? Right? My VSO I worked with a couple times wasn't always right. I didn't know. I had to go through the entire process for it to come back from the other end to understand that they were wrong. So if you don't know yourself, no help. Well, now there is help for you. There was no help, but now there is help. There was YouTube videos, Facebook groups, chats like this.
Oh,
now you got a formal education, a class to go through. So
So Mr. Ray, you're absolutely right. So let me explain the difference between the two. When I say I'm going live, that means like on YouTube right here, live. I'm going live. Okay. When I talk about I'm giving a class, making like a pop-up class, I'll promote those. They will be live, but not live on YouTube. I'll be doing them live like in Zoom or something like that. So if I'm giving a class, that's different. I'm not going live on YouTube. When I say live, I say, oh, I'm going live. That means I'm going live on social media. I use a streaming platform, and I stream to YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. Okay, and I think, Don, you're streaming your Facebook account.
Instagram,
And
Facebook,
Instagram.
yeah. And if he's holding class, now that's when he goes off on something. He's like, class is in session. So
yeah. So that's the difference between the two. So thank you, Mr. Ray. And I hope I clarified that for you, sir. When submitting medical evidence from 20, 30 years ago, should I submit additional information about the physician, including old address, NPI, if any, what his physician is deceased? If it's just evidence, it's just evidence. It'd be different if you fill out DBQ, Nexus, you want that information on there. But if it's just evidence, that information is on there. People get it. 20, 30 years ago, the examiner probably started 30 years ago and probably already retired. I've seen where some examiners, the office is closed, and veterans will say, hey, I want you to go out to get these medical records from this doctor's office, and now it's a parking lot. And then some doctors' offices, they only keep them for, I think, they got to keep them like 7 years or something like that, and then they'll destroy them. So if that evidence back then, it is good that you have it, because if you get out of the service or right after that you got treatment, they can't say you didn't get continued treatment. So if you have it, it's definitely a good thing. Daryl Smith says, I'm 100% permanent total. I'm service connected for TBI and PTSD together. I have several conditions not claimed, so I'm a result from TBI. Migraines and tinnitus, I've always seen get service connected secondary to TBI, because those are common complications and residuals of TBI. How do you become a member with you? Right underneath, I think I'm not on my channel, but
it says subscribe down there below
underneath,
your channel.
Yep. There should be some buttons right underneath. Peace, can you call in? Call in where? Don't know. Call in where?
You can call many things. Call the VA hotline and call the White House hotline.
In reference to wrong ITF, I called mine immediately. File was still listed as open. I called the ANA number, rep, wrote a note, sent to Raider. I was corrected and got my additional back pay in less than 2 weeks. All right, there you go. Again, people, you got to know what your effective date should be, because if they get it wrong, on one of mine, they got wrong. They went back 2 months and they were supposed to go back 2 years. And I caught it.
Happened with me too. All right. And my final one, they went back 18 months, right?
Yep. So again, you have to know exactly what you're looking at, but especially what it should be.
Yeah, I had that reversed in the high level review in that private call.
Right. And, a lot of times, because, VA employees are looking at a lot of information. I missed things like that before, rushing, looking through hundreds of pieces of paper. You see it and you miss it, human. I did 4 year in January 2025, has been in step 3 since February 2020. Watch them videos, people. Okay. Watch the videos I have on how to get it faster. I bought both of your books. You did an outstanding job, Mr. Kimball. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. And I'll just give myself a round of applause. Appreciate it. The first book took a while to write, close to a year. The second one wasn't as long, but definitely.
The second book took a while too. Yeah,
it did. Well, actually, it took longer. I think it was like over a year. I paused. The hardest chapter, not the hardest chapter, but the longest chapter was a chapter where I list the lay statements, example wording. And so that's what you can do. If you got the book and you read the second book, even the first book, when you see those example wording statements, that's one of the other MVPs of the software that you get in the educational package. You can build something, right? Just based off software answering a few questions.
And we're talking about another, I guess not full book, but a workbook for graduates at the university.
Yeah. We got something special. Be working on it a little bit tomorrow. I'm trying to take an hour a week. So if you are a graduate of the university, it means you have to attend and go through the program. You're gonna
pass your test. You got to pass your test.
Yeah, you're gonna get a gift. It's gonna be a handbook. We'll leave it right there. I finished the first book on chapter 5 in the second book. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hot diggity dog. A veteran's current diagnosis from the VA is adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety, depression. The private IMO DBQ specifies depression with a difference in diagnosis automatically triggers CMP exam. What you need to do before you submit that, they have to take issue with progression. With progression is the I'm gonna see if it's on my YouTube channel. I got a video explaining that since it's a different diagnosis.
Can they reverse that, or can they redefine?
Yeah, they can. They can, but they have to cover some information. They had to ask questions like, "Is it a progression?" Let's see, mental.
I got you. To be classified as adjustment disorder.
Yeah. Oh, Don, I found it. Found it, Don. Let me get that day stamp. 2/13.
Oh, Gunny Hartman.
No, I just got to remember where I was at with the questions because I'm gonna share my screen.
Oh, yeah. Damn, you're at 2:13. They keep coming in.
Yeah.
Let me scroll up.
So, can you all see my channel?
Yeah, you got it.
You can see my channel, right? I'm on different. This is the video. Your mental diagnosis changed. What happens when your VA service connected mental diagnosis changes? This video, it's got to be over a year old because I still got my CDs there in the video.
Look at your old thumbnails. Yeah, look at
college. Yeah. So there it is, people. So again, I have a video for a lot of this stuff. You all just got to go out there and do that quick search.
803 videos. You got something for everything.
Yeah. Awesome as always, sir. Thank you, Craig.
Craig, I topped it. He's the winner right there.
He's the winner. He knew it. Well, he got his Marine uniform. What y'all call those?
Dress blues right there.
Dress blues. Yeah.
That's right.
If he wasn't the first one, he didn't get it right. Hey,
he said funny Hartman though, but we'll give it to him.
So I got another question. This is just quick trivia. Private Pile. What TV series did he play in years later?
Following?
No. Truly blessed. Thank you. The rater denied it. There are no negative opinions in my file. It says hyperlipidemia is not a compensable. Give me 1 second, people. Give me 1 second. Somebody's knocking at my door. Give me 1 second, Don.
Mr. Robinson, go ahead. I dropped a support email in the chat. If you found that, let me double check the email, see if you sent something. I got Sandra's, but go ahead and email me over there your address and full name, and I'll go ahead and get you a book. Happy holidays, everybody. Let me go through some of these. Can we call in, become a member? We covered that. FOIAs, oh man, look that up too. Let's see about both your books. We're right there. I forget where he said we're at. Rated denied. There are no native options in my file. Hyperlipidemia. Let's leave that one to Dwayne, the tech guy, subject matter expert over there. Let's do some of that stuff. Let's see. I don't have the ability to bring this up. We got It's Dad Stuff with a $9.99. Thank you for that payment. I got a Nexus letter for sleep apnea, secondary to GERD, and was denied. VA medical examiner wrote in decision letter that GERD can cause sleep apnea. Oh, you're back?
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Thank you. My family was going out of town for Christmas, so we can roll, man. We can roll.
Oh, they left today, right?
Yeah, they were leaving out. My wife was knocking on the door.
Bye, Jen.
She's like, I'm outie. My son was like, you still recording? I'm like, yeah.
We got a super chat down here.
Okay. Oh, let me make sure I figure out where I'm at.
We're just below
217. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Dad Stuff. I got a Nexus letter. Is this what you were reading? Nexus letter for sleep apnea?
Yeah.
Secondary to GERD. I got a Nexus letter for sleep apnea, secondary to GERD. Being medical examiner wrote in decision letter that GERD can cause. Okay, people, examiners do not write in the decision letters. Okay? They do not write in the decision letters. That is the rater talking to you. The VA medical examiner wrote in decision letter that GERD can cause sleep apnea. So something else is going on. You got to get a copy of that CMP.
You get the medical examiner's notes.
Yep. Because that's what you're going to know the reason for their negative opinion. And people, when you go to these CMP exams, I forgot where I said I was at 217. When you go to these CMP exams, don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for, hey, thank you for your service. Hey, my son was in the Marines. Hey, my daughter was in the Air Force.
I got completely prostrating migraines.
Yeah. I got completely prostrating migraines.
On loop. That's great for your son.
If you get tired, just do a recording on your phone. Yeah. It was a movie with people, they were bank robbers called Marauders. They had Bruce Willis and the guy from Law and Order in there. And they would go in the bank and they had the mask, they had these little audio recordings to tell. So they would never speak, but these audio recordings would tell the bank tellers exactly what to do, right? All right, people, we are over 3 hours. Let us know if you all want us to keep going. Don don't have the baby. My family just left. Do y'all want us to keep going? See, 217. So I'm going to see how many people say that. The Andy Griffin Show. Okay. Who is that?
Oh, because you asked about the show Private Pile was in. Is that it?
No. I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all. It was Law and Order, Criminal Intent. Oh, Kirk Crowley got it. Law and Order, Criminal Intent. I got Tony calling me.
Tony?
Yeah.
Watch. Give it 30 seconds. It's gonna ring over here. Mr. Ellsworth.
I'm telling Don and I. I'm saying Don and I are on a live.
He probably saw us on social. That's what he did last time too.
Okay. Yes, please. I'm still trying to. What did I just ask? What did I just ask? Oh, how many people want us to continue going? Nobody said anything. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and shut it down. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. Who wants us to keep going?
Mayberry.
LaVon has a lot going on in the comment section, but she is not telling us if we should keep going. Okay, there we go.
We got 1, 2.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was about to shut it down. Okay, let me get back up. What did I say? 217, 219. He said, I missed it. We're still going. I got a question. How many people are on TikTok? Let me know if you're on TikTok. I'm about 30. I'm less than 40 followers away for me to be able to go live on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, go over there to KMD89 Consulting, follow me. And once I get 1,000, I will go live just on TikTok by itself.
Where you at? KMD89? I'll get on there.
Yeah. I think, let's see.
Oh, there you go. I'll give you a follow.
That's it.
970.
Yep. Let's see, 968. Let me refresh my screen. 969. Yep, that was you. Yep, Don Free 03 started following you. Yep, just came up.
01 and 02 taken, surprisingly.
Yeah. I was rated at 50% for hyperinsomnolence.
Ain't nobody saying that right. Yeah.
Man, with obstructive sleep apnea back in 2014, I just filed a new claim for unspecified mood disorder, and the VA just added it to the sleep stuff. No. You look at your code sheet. You're gonna have to get your rating code sheet.
Call into the VA hotline.
Don, do you think we should grill some steaks today?
Yeah, let's do it up.
Don, like, yeah, right. I think Publix is already closed, right?
Oh, it better not be. I gotta go get some groceries.
Like you trying to get the gas during the hurricane. Like you trying to get that. I was like, what you doing, man? He's like,
Yeah.
I'm up in Orlando looking for gas. And you like 100 miles away from home looking for gas. But the tornado's coming. Yeah, I might get home by the time it reaches my block.
I almost lost it there. 6 days. That's funny.
I have compiled a list of past psych apps based on old calendars to fill gaps in chronicity. With this work, do I need to include photocopies of the hundreds of calendar pages? Or if you got the progress notes, that should suffice. And it's not, again, people, it's going to depend on the rater. I never, not that I can recall, never denied a claim where a vet didn't seek treatment for 10 to 15 years after service. If the veteran had a complaint, diagnosis, injury, disease, a treatment in service, and they got out 20 years later, filed a claim, and that examiner said, yes, I'm granting the benefit. I'm all that chronicity stuff. Because I was telling the vet today, and think about this, Don. I remember being denied medical treatment when I was in the Army. My platoon sergeant or first sergeant, you always had to get permission from your section chief, platoon sergeant, what you going to sick call for? My knee hurt. They always thought you were trying to get out of PT.
Yeah, right.
Your knees hurt. Sometimes you probably did lie. You're like, man, I ain't trying to run 7 miles. I was at the German club last night. I can barely see you, but it was times that you needed to go. And then after you've been told no so many times, you stop going. You just start sucking it up. And so I was telling a veteran this morning, and that, remember when Rambo, Colonel Trapman in the first Rambo, and they were in a police station at the end, towards the end, and Colonel Trapman told him something. And you all probably could tell I'm a big movie buff, right? I love movies, right? And he said something that Rambo said, you just can't turn it off. You just can't turn it off. Think about that. If you have been going through your military career, sucking it up, when you get out, you just don't turn it off. It's still that way. You be like, I do this, or you might put some icy hot on it, or get in a hot tub or something. You suck it up. And I had to explain that to a CMP examiner. You don't go to the doctor every time, every little, some people do, but you don't go, oh, my fingernail hurt. I got to make a doctor's appointment. No, put a Band-Aid on it, maybe spray some peroxide or something. You keep it moving. But think about this. How many times did you put on your BDU jacket and go to work and you weren't 100%? How many times did you get out of your bed after service and go to work and you wasn't 100%. So sometimes you have to explain that to these examiners for them to fully understand.
It's all in the past. That's what Troutman said to him.
Yeah, he says all in the past. I believe. The funniest part, the part I really liked about that movie, when they were on that obstacle, and it's like you go straight up, you climb straight up, and then you have to put your leg over, and then you have to go down. And he's sitting on top. And Powell get up there, and Powell, he was nervous about getting over. And he went off on him. And he was like, get the you know what off my obstacle. I was like, man, that was crazy. That was so funny. But anyway, I believe my VA has the wrong service time in my record. Say they have me as a veteran for 1 year when in reality, I got out 2 years prior. When can I call? When can I fit? Right. So when you file a claim, you want to let them know that. And people, this is why you need your DD-214, because Don, I've rated cases. I remember looking at a case and the veteran was 27 years old. And I'm looking and they had stuff from Vietnam. And I'm like, it was the wrong vet. Sometimes, and it was a lot with paper claims. It was always, and so, every Wednesday we would have this thing called covers Wednesday. And when you get to work, whatever paper files you had at your desk, it had like a little barcode and the claims folder or the social security number on there. And you would log into this program, you had a scanner, and you would scan all the folders at your desk. So if mail was needed for that particular folder, the people in a department called IPC, they would flag it and you'd be like, oh, I got mail. And then you had to go look for it. And along this long wall, they had these colored bins, and you would just, they had them like social security number, the last two of your social security number, and something else. And the letters, the initials or something like that, then the last two of your social security number. So then you had to go look it. And if they didn't have it, then you would ask somebody in IPC, hey, you got a minute? Hopefully you didn't get cussed out because they was trying to make their points too, meet their production quota. And then you were looking for this stuff, and hopefully sometimes you found it, sometimes you didn't. And then if it was something
making this quota,
oh yeah, it's real. It's real. Just like when Martin Lawrence told Mike Lowry, not in the last Bad Boys, but the one next to the last, they went to the club and Mike Lowry couldn't get in. The girl was like, you're not on the list. And then the guy that was part of that tactical team that called him Michael, and he was like, nope, don't. Mm-mm. And so he came in, he was DJing. He was like, oh, they're with me. And they walked off, and the girl was like, y'all can go in. And Martin looked at Will Smith, and he's like, yes, that just happened. Yeah, take it, eat it, take it. I don't know why I said that, but I was thinking about that. Yeah. All right. Or does it take a full year for all paperwork to get filed? No. Quick. Now that it's electronic, it's quick. It's quick. All right. So we had somebody else come over and follow me on TikTok. Need 30 more people. I know we got 50 people here. We're losing them. Cold red, cold blue. We're losing them, Don. They're down to
that was
53.
the bond that came across.
Yeah. Somebody is 100% PNT, and when back pay came in, it accidentally had the attorney's fee as well. Ooh. And the attorney submits appeal to, I think that goes to OGC, Office of General Counsel, to BVA with vet be at risk. Yes, people, I did a video. It's recorded. It's in editing where I'm talking about fee agreements. Done. Vets still do not understand these fee agreements. So let me give you a quick take. And I really break it down in this video, but this is like the Cliff Notes. When you sign that 21-22 alpha, the attorney is going to also have you sign a fee agreement. Okay? they only get paid if they win on appeal. If they file your appeal and you feel they're taking too long, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and you say, I don't want you to represent me anymore, and you do the work yourself, and you say, I'm going to remove that lawyer, and you remove them, and you do the case, you adjudicate your own case, and you win, that lawyer still gets paid. The only way that lawyer don't get paid if that lawyer sends in a waiver to the VA says they waive any future fees. I've seen veterans say, I don't want this lawyer. And the lawyer says, yes, please remove me, but I do not waive my fees. They still going to get paid. And guess what? You can appeal it to OGC. The lawyer can appeal it to OGC, and it's going to go into escrow. It's going to sit there for Lord knows how long. Or you get another lawyer, and then the first lawyer says, I don't waive my fees. You sign a new fee agreement with the new lawyer, and you win. Which lawyer gets paid? OGC going to fill it out, and you may be out of more than 20%. They just changed that back here this summer. So be careful, people. So that's what I'm talking about in this upcoming video. All right. So when you ask for representation, especially from a claims agent and a lawyer, ask them to explain how the fee agreements work. Hey, what if we don't see eye to eye and I remove you? Are you going to send a waiver in waiving your fee agreement if I adjudicate my own case? And see what they say. They might say, if they ask you, where did you hear that at? You might want to turn around because they got some information from somewhere. Okay?
Yeah.
They will not concede to Agent Orange in Okinawa from early 80s to present, even though tons were stored and buried there and found as late as 2016. I know in the M21-1, it gives a different locations for Agent Orange exposure. I don't recall seeing Okinawa on there. I've seen veterans file claims, I think in the Philippines and parts of Japan, where C-130s were landed and taken off. They had Agent Orange on them. But there is more detailed information, Greg, where Okinawa may be on there, because I saw something somewhere. I didn't do a video on it, where it had like locations here in the States. It's on the VA's website. It had locations here in the States. Pennsylvania was one. I want to say another one, Fort Ruck, Alabama, I think, was one where they talked about here in the States, Operation Ranch Hand. Okay.
Ranch.
When you understand these things, this is how you can get Agent Orange conceded, but the locations have dates associated with it as well. Okay. And when you find it on the VA's website, or I think it was on the website, it wasn't. If you go to va.gov, go to search window, type in Agent Orange, make sure you spend about an hour and go through, and it should come up. If I find it, Greg, I'll make sure I do a video on it. When filing an FDC, should I submit the form that allows the VA to request records from private medical providers? If you do that, that is a VA Form 21-4142. The claim is no longer considered FDC because they have to do additional development. On the VA Form 21-526EZ in the instruction section from page 1 and 7, I'm cooking, Don. It explains the difference between an FDC claim and a standard claim. And guess what? I got a video on that as well. Here's a word of advice. Get the records yourself.
We just talked about that too.
Yeah.
Get the records yourself, right? Because you said it's going to slow that whole process down.
Yep. Get the records. Do the intent to file. And I think correct me if I'm wrong, the second book, I think I talk about this too. Get the records yourself and submit. Do the intent to file. Get the records yourself. Can't. Okay. I submitted my full claim as a Christmas gift to myself. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Merry Christmas and good luck with that claim. Preaching name, football thing, tight end. Okay, wait a minute. Tight end, tendonizer, fill your hole with Christmas during the season. Watch fly. All right. If a claim was decided in September at the Philadelphia regional office, if a claim was decided in September at the Philadelphia regional office, how many months would you say that claim is safe from quality pool? Wow, I've never been asked this question. Good question. When they pull what Limitless is talking about, I don't know about Philadelphia. I worked at the St. Petersburg regional office. I remember I did a claim. They did a quality pull on me in June. They were so bagged up. When they pulled that quality review in June, it was for a rating I did in February. They were bagged up. So each regional office is different. It depends on, is it QTC? Not QTC. QRT. QRT. The quality team. It depends on their backlog. Okay. All right, Don. Chris Brown says, where did he get started? I'm assuming he's saying with the VA Benefits Navigator. Don, if you don't mind, can you drop that link in the comment section for Mr. Chris Brown? I'm assuming that's what he's talking about.
He's on LinkedIn?
Yeah, he came from LinkedIn.
I'll drop that right now.
Came over from LinkedIn.
I didn't see the LinkedIn. Do you have that?
I did. Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. Same reason my brother quit as initial claims rater too. He didn't like the same things management. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I bet he got some stories too. Hold on, wait a minute. Trouble actual. Just go back and ask him about some of the stuff I talked about and see if he gets triggered like I do. I've seen most, if not all, your videos due to quality and production quotas. Are there months that are more favorable to file a claim than others? Not for quotas. I could say this. People are really rushing through some, not all, in the month of September because the physical new year is October 1st. So not only do you have to, it used to, when I first started rating, you had a monthly quota. And then they changed it to a bi-weekly quota. But at the end of the year, they total all the ratings you did, all the ratings, all the exams you requested, all the deferrals, how many points, they total everything, and it has to be over a certain amount yearly. And a lot of people that were behind for the whole year, they running through stuff in the month of September, okay? Because the new fiscal year is October 1st, and we're doing our end-of-year evaluations during the month of October.
Your reviews, that's right.
So you send it my way. All right. 1973 fires. I thought it was 75, but 73.
It's 70s, yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
He said, I missed that. He said 1873. Then he said, sorry, 1973. Oh, wow. Letters from his wife were used. Creative. You do have to uniquely make your case. Yep. It was, and if I hadn't heard her say that, I would have had to deny the claim because the veteran had, you're thinking, man, from the 60s, you're talking what, 50 years?
Oh, yeah.
What is that? Is that Indianapolis Colts or Baltimore Colts or St. Louis Rams uniform?
Looks like a Rams uniform.
They're like Minnesota Vikings, I think. Killer Ski filed for school.
They all got white too. Yeah. Killer Ski, where are you from? Where's that?
Filed for school for lower back and radiculopathy last week. Did my CMP exam yesterday. That seemed normal, or should I be concerned? Filed for school. No, it could be a coincidence. Veterans will curse you out. I'm gonna tell y'all a story. I think I shared this with you, Don. I cursed a veteran out on the phone. Let me retract that. It wasn't a veteran. I don't know if they were veteran or not, but I called the call center, and I was inquiring about, I can't remember, it was something about my claim. I can't remember what I was inquiring about. But I don't know if they were a veteran, but they were definitely a VA employee. I got called into the office when I came back to work.
Oh, you got recommended.
Well, they tried. So I said, what time was that phone call? They said 3:45. I said, all right. What time is my end of tour duty? 3:30. So what are we talking about? We talking about a phone call I made while I wasn't at work. You all have a nice day. Got up and walked out. But yeah, the veteran did curse me out. But I didn't take it personal. I knew where it was coming from. Because I saw in the file that he had called in several times and he was asking for a phone call back and he never got it. But it made my day because I was able to obviously grant benefits and he got a lot of money. Yeah. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah. Man, you're way up there, dang, because
I know, but hold on. Is that Stacy? That don't look like her. Does it?
Yeah.
She all glammed up.
That's her, yeah.
She going to the club.
She glammed up, yeah. We gave her so much shit when she got that photo out. I'm surprised she still got it up. But you look great.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, like a little actor. Okay, West Coast was up here earlier. He must have left and came back.
In Japan, yeah.
Jokers, yeah.
It's like 16 hours ahead in Japan, I think.
Yeah. So they're probably around same as Philippine time. So yeah, it's it's like 3:30, 4:30 in the morning over there. Highway was in heartbreak. Yeah, you're right. But I don't know why I was, yeah.
Oh yeah, they had a whole discussion.
The Marines were correcting me, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? Eastwood was in there, yeah.
Yeah. Film at J, Full Metal Jacket. Can't wait for the universe to launch. Best defense is an offense. Yep, there it is. That wasn't his name, was it? Arlie.
Man, who is that? Ermy? I gotta look that guy
up. Funny Hartman. Sergeant Arnold.
Yeah, that's Emery. Yeah.
Is that him? Are they the same person?
That's his real name, yeah.
Well, who is Hartman? Hartman was his name in the movie, though, right?
Yeah, Hartman started. Yeah, Gunny Hartman was in the movie. Yeah.
Okay,
that's his real life name. Yeah.
Is Emery?
He's
do mail call, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he passed. Let's see.
He did pass. You got the family listings. Gunny Hartman. Funny Hartman, not Highway. Okay, all right, Craig. He said not Highway.
Craig, you're the winner. I hope if you didn't see, I didn't see your email yet. If you're still listening,
you want me to put it in there?
Support. Yeah, if you want to run the ticker.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I put that up there.
Email us if you want a copy of that book.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
go. All right, got another member here. Is the Neiman case still open for claims? It's got to be a VA employee because who else knows about Neiman claims? So that veteran that cursed me out, that case that I was working was under Neiman. And guess what, people? I have a video on Neiman because I was like, what they did, Don, when Neiman came out, they added 3 conditions to 38 CFR 3.309 subpart E, tropical diseases for Agent Orange veterans, right? Vietnam veterans. And they said if a veteran, and one of those was coronary artery disease, so the majority of the cases was some type of heart condition. So they said if a veteran filed a claim like in late 70s and got denied for a heart condition, now we can grant, and we had to grant all the way back to the 70s. And then we would have to do a stage rating based off the evidence. So they could be 100%. We drop them down to 10, increase them to 6, 3-4 years later, back to 30, 100, whatever. And that's how veterans are getting close to $500,000 in back pay. And then, so the VSRs had a really tough job because every year there was a cost of living allowance. So they had to figure out, hey, for this veteran with a wife,
I had to calculate the increases across the decades.
Yeah, that was woo. And so we were working on those. And so in that video, I was basically saying, why didn't they do that for when they came out with the PACT Act for Gulf War veterans? And the only thing I could think of, somebody's like, oh, that was a law. This is something, you always have that one in the bunch, right? And I got to thinking, well, there wasn't as many Vietnam veterans as it is. It's not as many Vietnam veterans as it is Gulf War veterans. So that could have, I'm not going to say bankrupt the country, but man, it'd have been a lot of, just say back pays at like 100, 200,000. And
they just said, we ain't doing it.
Yeah, they were like, we're only going back to August 2022. And it's crazy because the law changed for NEMR in August of 2010. And then the PACT Act was August 2020. So I thought that was kind of a coincidence or kind of weird. Got BVA decision after 10 years, had some excellent attorneys from VVA. Okay. What is that? Virginia Veterans of America. What other state starts with V? Is that the only one? Virginia? Vermont? Veterans of America? Congrats. I guess none of my questions are getting answered today. Ken, this is the first one. I don't think I missed anybody. Wait a minute. Ken? That's the first one.
Hold on, Ken. Let's go. Let's get it.
I see him down there. It says, Wounded Warrior. Prep for mental health, CMP. Thanks in advance. I got a video for that. Sorry, Hartman. Does severance pay delay your back pay? No, they just take it. Hi, how much does it cost to file a claim through your program? We don't file a claim. You know what's crazy? Look at that picture, Don. The person that
that's
that photo, the person I used on Fiverr the third person I used on Fiverr, I think it's the second year I was on YouTube, that edit my videos, had that same picture. Crazy, right?
Well, let's educate Della. It's the best thing for Della would be the university. So we don't file claims, Della. We are, what are we? What's the college, Army college for you guys?
West Point.
We're the West Point of disability claims. So we are educators. We educate you on the claims process. We are launching a university, a school to do just that in February. So there's a couple links down below. I just dropped them in underneath Don Freed's house here in the chat. But you can join us February 3rd is when we kick off the first cohort ever. And so, grab one of those links, check it out, but you're going to get hand walked through the entire claims process. This is the curriculum, Dwayne's second book. It is filing a claim. This whole book is about filing a claim. So we're going to go through the process, file a dummy claim in class while you, on the other end, as a student, are developing your claim. So again, we don't file that claim for you. We educate you on the process and answer your questions accordingly. Leverage up our software to help you do that at the same time. And through that, you're not only going to probably file your claim, your next round of claim, you're going to have a claim strategy going forward on what to do. And so hope you joined us.
Yep. Okay, Ken, this is your first question.
Here is Ken. Here you go, Ken.
Wounded Warriors Access Act. I did a video on this. Requires VBA to fulfill C-file requests within 120 days. Other requests took me 107 days after calling the hotline and complaining. It still took some time. Actually, Ken, I think that act is they're supposed to give veterans access. That's what I was talking about earlier, Don. They're supposed to give veterans read-only access. And I was saying they're going to drag their feet because, Raiders do sign their name and, they went to the initials and stuff like that. You're correct, Kurt. Law and order.
Kurt.
Dwayne, Andy Griffin. Okay. What do we say with the Andy Griffin show? Where did he get that
Yeah,
from?
Andy Griffin show. I think. Oh, because we were asking about Gomer Pyle and what he was doing.
Yeah, not go. Yeah, not.
It was Law and Order. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, you missed 7 comments when you came back in. Appreciate you. Oh man, did I?
Maybe we missed Ken in there because I was skipping around and you came into. You know what? I bet that's it. Because I think I was skipping around because they were more complex. I was like, you need to talk to the SME over here.
Oh, when I came back. So Ken, I apologize. We're still on. Ask your questions. I'm looking for you. What did we say we're gonna give Miss Ward? She said I won. Or I think we're just asking a question. We weren't giving anything away.
I'll tell you what, Craig has an email. So if Craig can email, you can email. So get the book.
Thank you for being a member. Keep going.
Daryl.
I'm enjoying the show, but Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Stacy says, keep going. We will keep going. Please keep going. Law and Order. I forgot about that. Keep going and send me a book. Send me a book.
We'll give Craig Robinson a little bit more here.
Okay. So it says no TikTok for me. Anybody on TikTok, make sure you go over there and follow me.
I don't see his comment. I see a couple other ones that I think we skipped over, but
I will follow on TikTok. I don't think you have to. Yeah, every time I go live, they say you need 1K. That's what they told me. I tried to go to YouTube Studio. Let's see, following.
Oh, we did that. That was attorney's back pay thing. We did that one. We did this wrong service record.
Is that you? I am Faith over on TikTok. You followed me 30 minutes ago. Is that your handle over there? TikTok survey says this is where you were at Andy Bryant. The rater denied it. There are no negative opinions in my.
Oh, I think that's where you left off.
Okay. I'm afraid if I go back up there, I probably won't get back to where I'm at now. So please ask your question again.
Let me go back up because I didn't see. Here's the paid one.
So that must be you. I am Faith.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, but I don't see. Oh, there's a couple. So Eblosfield. Let me read this off to you. I was rated at 50% for hypersomnolence with obstructive sleep apnea back in 2014.
I think I
just
did.
filed because they just filed a new claim for unspecified mood disorder, and the VA just added it to the sleep stuff. Is that right? That's the one you were on when you left.
Yeah. I am Faith over on TikTok. I followed you back. You got some followers over there, okay? But your account is private. All right. Merry Christmas. There go Tony. Here go Tony.
Hey.
There's counseling veterans. He finally
Everybody knows
in.
Tony. I would get veterans counseling veterans fit 5400.
Yeah, hold on. He texted me at 3:24. Hold on, wait a minute. Now he texted me at 3:09. And he came on at 3:15, so he's still here. So we have your comment posted now.
Merry Christmas, Tony. Feliz Navidad.
Yeah.
Spanish community.
He says, I am trying to find it. I know you're busy. Found you. What's Don's role? He is sitting and listening with Christmas hat. Yeah.
Comic relief, Tony. I'm here for comic.
Yeah. Nothing is over. You just can't turn it off. Yeah, there it is. Nothing is over. Nothing is over.
That's what Rambo said back. Yeah.
All I remember, he said, you just can't turn it off. Nothing's over. You just can't turn it off. 92 likes.
Wow. Does Craig realize he's the book winner? He still ain't emailed in yet. He keeps commenting though.
He's like, I'm just.
Yeah, the vertical phone polls. That's right. And
that's what it was. Yeah.
The O course.
Good afternoon, Dwayne. I found vertigo and migraines were secondary to my hearing loss and tinnitus. They changed it to vertigo as a condition instead of the symptom. Is that legal to do? Vertigo. What is it? I don't think it's called vertigo in the diagnostic. Vestibular. Oh, what is it? Dizziness.
Yeah.
But they could change that. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any special requirements or suggestions for a late statement written by someone outside of the U.S.? No. Nope. I just got a letter. My depression and anxiety increased to 100%. All right. But my individual employee, is deferred. Sounds like I would have to read that decision because I'm curious as to why they didn't grant Chapter 35, which is the P&T. So you want to confirm, sounds like they may have put a routine future exam on your mental condition. And I have a video on routine future exams. If you're 55 or older, they are not supposed to schedule a routine future exam. And if you will be 55 at the time, the month and year they schedule that RFE or sign it, they're not supposed to do an RFE. So if you fall in any one of those two categories, they should have granted Chapter 35 and did nothing about defer for individual unemployability. That sounds like what you have. If they defer individual unemployability, what they're saying is they are inferring, they are inferring IU, meaning that they can actually grant it based off the evidence of record. They are not supposed to infer or defer IU just to deny, only if they can grant. So that's not a bad thing.
What are they doing? Just they think like, oh, she's going to get improved symptoms over time, and just they want another door open.
I never liked routine future exams. For example, I had a rate on my team that worked the case after I did, and I grant this 27-year-old, 27, 28, close to 30, 100% P&T. 70%. I think it was for mental PTSD. Well, he's 27 years old. It could get better. You got a degree or a master's degree in psychology? Nope. You ever treat anybody? Nope. So what are we having this conversation for?
Sounds like a personal opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then I said, you know what? But I'm going to have it with you because in the file, the veteran did, I think, 3 combat tours. He actually went to combat. When he graduated AIT and got to his unit, they were already in combat. So he had to go. Not knowing nobody in the unit, no nothing, had a family, come back, white roll letters like he wasn't the same, got deployed about a year and a half later, ended up getting divorced, dropped out of college, can't hold a job. No, I'm not going to keep having that vet come back to see if he's getting better. Let him I gave him his 100% permanent total and let him go and deal with whatever it is he's dealing with. And the VA is not going to be one of them, especially from the compensation side.
You're just going to add to the stress, right? On top of that. So, but if you're getting a P&T status, all future, like routine futures
you
are out the
window. Yeah, you shouldn't have them. I had the VA change my condition as well, which they can do. Yep, he was a mail call. Well, this was a long time ago. He said, no, Dwayne, I'm not a VA employee.
You're just well educated. There you go.
Hey, nah. Okay. Right. We won't tell nobody.
Right.
We won't tell nobody. Get on down. Have to know what we are filing. Does no good to have someone else file for us if we do not understand what is being filed and what our rights are. So we ensure the claim is done. So Stacy, Don is eligible to work one claim as a representative and you're going to be that one claim for him.
We got a
which
seat
means
for you in the university.
Which means you can just file a claim for it. She'd be like, Don, I got a letter to show for a CMP exam. What is this?
Right.
And if you don't go, he's going to tell your mom. He's going to tell your mom.
Hey, Craig, it's the email on the ticket right there. Going across the ticket.
Yeah, Craig. Yeah. Still looking for you.
It's kind of like white noise by now, right? It's just going across.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention.
It's down at the bottom, Craig, right there. Hold on, wait a minute. It's about to go underneath your picture. Here it comes. Here it comes.
And who was your TikTok follower? I'll buy a book for her too. Who was that? Lee.
Hold on. I am Faith. Where did she go? I'm gonna leave Craig up because I know I'll lose it. LAVONNE Ward 6068. Her last comment was at 3 minutes, 3 o'clock, 13 minutes.
13, that's the one that said, no, Dwayne, I'm not a VA employee. I'm a Vietnam veteran, though. That still has Niemer consumer thoughts. Leah.
Oh, that's further down. No, not that one. Okay. If you go up to 313.
Oh yeah,
she has a hat on.
Oh, LeBron. Yeah. LeBron Edward. I think it was LeBron. Oh yeah, because remember she said
LeVon Ward.
Like, Craig won.
Yeah. I said LeVon Ward.
Yeah. If you're still on, LeVon, I'll get you a book too. We're just in the giving spirit here.
Yeah.
Craig,
Tony said, I don't use TikTok. Just filed FDC Nexus letter and private DBQ for sleep apnea secondary to adjustment disorder. Hopefully you had medical studies listed in the rationale. GERD and sinusitis. VA still scheduled me for 2 CMP exams. I'm thinking the VA is using 2,100 miles. Nope.
We've talked about this a few times now that you're talking about that.
There's no 100-mile rule. There is no. That is the VA employee not knowing their job, and they're twisting the verbiage.
They're interpreting.
Yeah. And I just did another video where I was explaining this M21-1. I recorded it Monday. What it says, if the veteran is over 100 miles away, it is a potential for inauthenticity. Potential. If the veteran is over 100 miles away and the examiner states that they regularly see them. Now, what it doesn't say, what if it's done by telehealth or telemental? You can do that. They got teledocs.
Yep.
Right?
Actually, you're Tampa Counseling and
Wellness do it. Right. So you can do that, but it's nothing saying that your examiner has to be within 100 miles. That's one VA employee that didn't know the regulation, and they went and trained everybody else on that. And nobody else said, let me look this up.
Information. That's right.
Yeah. So now you know. So I did a video on that. If you go to my channel, just type in 100 miles or something like that, or rejecting DBQs, it'll come up. And I'm having my team edit another video where I'm sharing that same M21 citation.
Are you talking about the sleep study? Are you talking about the VA sleep study, or is that like a formal study? You're going to one of those facilities that do the overnight tests? Because I did that for the CPAP machine.
Now, you talking about the 100 miles or?
No. The VA, is their sleep study sufficient?
Yeah. If you file a claim for sleep apnea?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Any sleep study, as long as it shows you got that diagnosis. 6, anxiety is a symptom of PTSD. If already service connected for insomnia and the DBQ for insomnia shows anxiety symptoms, can the DBQ be used as evidence? Why would you do that? Why would you, if you're already service connected? Oh, wait a minute. Let me read this again. It says anxiety is a symptom of PTSD.
Insomnia.
Right. It's not. Why would you file a claim for PTSD?
They want to use the same DBQ used for insomnia for PTSD. Sounds like.
Well, no, he says if already service connected for insomnia, which falls under mental, and the DBQ for insomnia shows anxiety symptom, which is okay. Can the DBQ be used as evidence when filing for PTSD? Why would you file for PTSD? Why not file for increase in insomnia? Because mental is mental. You're not going to get 50% for insomnia and then 50% for PTSD. That would be pyramiding.
Oh, the pyramiding thing, yeah.
Yep. No, the way I'm not. Oh, VA employee of a Vietnam veteran, though that still has deemer consuming thoughts. Okay, I got you. I got you. You asked about who denied my claim. The rater denied it and said that hyperlipidemia is not a compensable disability. Okay, people, you have to understand compensable, non-compensable, and not a service connectable disability. All of those are three different things. Cholesterol, high cholesterol, pre-cholesterol is a lab finding. Cholesterol is a lab finding. It is not a service connectable disability. Compensable means, a compensable degree means 10% or higher. Non-compensable, the veteran is 0%. Okay? Those are the differences. I have two Nexus connecting it to my CAD with no negative conflicting opinion. I would have to see, I think hypo. Now I'm thinking of hyperthyroidism. That's what I'm thinking. I would have to look at that and see. The best thing, hold on, wait a minute. Let's look at this. As Kevin Hart would say, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let's see what it says. I'm in the M21-1, HYPER Let's see what we got. Reviewing diagnosis.
What is hyperlipidemia?
Man, I don't think it is a service-connected condition. Okay, here we go. Abnormal laboratory. Oh, wait a minute, Don. I got to share my screen on this one. I'm sorry, Andy, but it appears that the VA is correct. So let's look at it. This is this education, people. Do you want to be educated or do you want to be frustrated? Don't be frustrated. Get educated.
What'd you find?
Right there. Okay. My timestamp is 3:47. I don't want Ken to get mad at me again now.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't found this thing. I trolled up there quite a bit.
All right. So here it is, people. Abnormal laboratory findings. Abnormal laboratory findings, even if diagnosed, are not themselves disabilities subject to compensation for VA purposes. Such findings include, but not limited to. So you heard me talk about elevated cholesterol. Here is, who is that? Andy. So yes, I hope that you not pay for those Nexus statements, because regardless of how many you got, regardless if they're actionable and sufficient, you will not get service connected. People, see how fast? So if you're my monthly veterans membership, you should know how to use this this site right here. I'm gonna show you where I went. This is where I landed. I did a keyword search. I'm moving my mouse, but see right here where I did the keyword search.
Oh yeah, box to the right there. Oh yeah, right there, the big long box.
See where it came up yellow?
Yeah.
So I already knew when it did that and no other findings, I knew right there and then it wasn't a service connected condition. Because if it was, it would have been leading me to the
diagnostic code.
Yeah, the schedule of rate. Yep, the diagnostic code. Again, people, this is what Don and I are teaching. See how quick that was? We didn't tell you, like, we probably just saved you some money, Andy. So now you know, regardless of what you do, you're not going to get service connected for it.
Don't spend your time on it.
Yep. Look at something else. Again, people, this is what Don and I are doing. We talk about education.
This is what we're going to be doing in the university. This is what we do in our software trainings. This is it's like any other day.
Yep.
We love the challenges, though. These are great.
Yeah. And so, even my monthly membership, that site that I just showed you all, one of my first trainings, I was showing my members how to search it. I wasn't saying, hey, you know, you got to do this with your claim, you got to file this, you got to do. Hey, this is what stuff you got to come and look at. And in that, they have a -5. That -5 covers the high-level review. They even tell you in the -5 how many times they're supposed to call you to schedule your informal conference. Somebody leave me a comment in the comment section and tell me how many times, how many attempts they have to make before they don't have to call you anymore for your informal high-level review informal conference.
Yeah, how many is that? That's a good question.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Was it Tony? Oh, you said Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Email for book. Come on, Gunny. Work with us, Gunny.
Where's my Marine? Come on, Marines. Come on.
Come on, Gunny.
Got that email. Is that email floating on the screen right there?
Right there. Just for you, Craig. Just for you, Gunny.
We're going to leave that thing up there until I see your email. Sandra's the only one that's emailed.
Yeah. She got you. Okay. Do you have any suggestions for finding a competent VSO?
That's a crapshoot. The best thing I did was word of mouth. Actually, I asked my fellow veterans in the Tampa area.
Yeah, I know a couple. I think both are in Georgia. I don't know if they're taking on any clients. I have to reach out to them. I talked to one about a week ago. The other one I hadn't talked to. It's been well over a year. I know they're very passionate about it. I try not to recommend people. I recommended a lawyer one time for someone, and I thought the person would do. I recommended them twice, and both times both veterans, they were about 3 or 4 years apart, and come to find out, both veterans had a horrible experience, and I recommended that lawyer. So I try not to do that anymore, because in this case, I thought the person was good, and nah.
Let's drop their email in there. Let's put their VSO email up there.
Do what?
Let's put their email out there.
No, I ain't doing that. No. Hey, I got your name from Dwayne and Don. They said they were talking crap about you. Hello, I filed for an increase on 10% left ankle. Had CMP exam increased to 20. A couple months later, VA sent me a letter for proposal. Went to CMP exam, lower back 10. So before you even went to that CMP exam, you should have watched my video on an RVSR hearing. But more so, before you even filed a claim, you need to understand what is the criteria for the 20%.
You meet that criteria. Yeah.
Right. What medical instrument do they use to measure range of motion? I got a couple of videos on. Don, you asked me that earlier. It was goniometry.
Earlier, for the knee flexion. Yeah.
You can't be filing claims.
Or something like that.
Yeah, go. Dr. Freeman with Access Medical Solutions. I asked him, I was like, how do you have that? Oh man, we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. This may be an issue on LinkedIn as well. Well, I'm not going to worry about it, people. It could drop. If you're on LinkedIn, I am no longer streaming on LinkedIn.
So, same with Instagram. It says they currently disconnect streams after 1 hour for most users, but man, it streamed it for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, but you could remove it and then add it back.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I think we did cover this 20%. So people, when you get a proposal to reduce, I have a video called RVSR hearings. I used to facilitate those. It's in the notification letter about the RVSR hearing. I did a video explaining it in depth. You can request that. You can call the 800 number. I would also put it on a 4138. It stops everything. You're still going to get paid. In this case, I probably would have got a DBQ or I would have went out and had a physical therapist measure my range of motion to see if I still qualified for the 20%. Because unlike a high-level review informal conference, an RVSR hearing, you can submit new evidence. Okay? And one thing you can submit is a DBQ, which still shows you meet the criteria for the current percentage. Simple as that, people. All right. My claim is not for hyperlipidemia, it is for CAD. Hyperlipidemia is a service. It's in the in-service event. Okay. All right, I got you, Andy. Okay, so you're saying hyperlipidemia in service, but now it has turned into CAD. So you need a medical professional to basically state that your hyperlipidemia that's annotated in service is now or has resulted in a diagnosis of coronary artery disease. The only thing that the radar's looking at is hyperlipidemia. But if you have a medical, a letter from a medical provider stating that, hey, or just claim CAD, you could get a not a respiratory, a cardiovascular DBQ for CAD, and then in the rationale, the examiner can state, hey, veteran has documented hyperlipidemia in service. Medical studies have proven that over a period of time, blah, 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 that now it has progressed to coronary artery disease, something like that. All right. Thanks for clearing that up, Andy. Makes it a lot clearer now. 2 times, I believe. What did I ask? Yep. 2 times. Yep, 2 times. They have to call you 2 times. And then check this out, people. Veterans have told me, and Don mentioned it earlier, if he didn't call back or he didn't know, I guarantee you that Joe was going to fill out an 0820 report of contact the veteran. Veteran did not pick up, left a voicemail.
Yeah, luckily he texted. That was interesting.
Yeah, but I've heard some veterans say they just got denied, and then when they got a copy of their claims folder, they saw the 0820 there, and they're like, I never got a call. So I believe some Joes are saying they call and not even calling. So the way you get around that, I would submit a 4138. When you call in, ask them to check VBMS, look for 0820. Do you see anything from the appeal department about contacting me for informal conference? If the answer is yes, then let them know I received no phone call and no voicemail. Do not rate my case without my informal conference. So now they have some record. So if you do have to eventually go before a judge, you can say, hey, they lied because I was on it. I called in on this date at this time. And again, people, you don't have to do this, but this is what we're dealing with. So yes, 2 attempts. 3. Nope, 2. Okay, so Patrice.
Carver been there with us this whole time. Yeah.
Who was that? Yeah, Patrick. Says,
American Carver, he's been with us this whole time.
Oh, yeah. Your book just arrived. Time to get educated in the VA process. All right, Patrick, thank you for the support.
No, Patrick, it's time to win.
Say time to get educated. Got denied for obstructive sleep apnea. Let me remove that. Recently, I was service connected.
Sleep apnea is a big one. It comes up a lot here.
Recently, I was service connected for sinusitis and rhinitis. I filed a supplemental for sleep apnea with these new service connected conditions and updated Nexus letter. Where's the DBQ? Under what ways are you claiming those conditions?
Should be secondary now.
Well, I was service connected for science. Yep. Supplemental claim. Second. What are my? I filed a supplemental for with these new service connected conditions. Yeah. So it sounds like secondary. Yeah, it would be secondary. But you're going to need the DBQ as well. Hopefully, in the rationale of the Nexus statement, your examiner put medical studies. Andy, I did that and have an IMO and CMP exam service connected to high cholesterol to my CAD. So they service connected you for high cholesterol secondary to your CAD? I've never seen high cholesterol service connected. Why did the rater deny it? Oh, so if it's cholesterol, I just showed you, Andy, high cholesterol, elevated cholesterol is a lab finding. It's not a service connectable condition. I might do a short on that. What are conditions on the VA's?
That getting video ideas.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Guess what we just got? We got an email from Craig, but Craig, there's no address.
Work with us, Gunny. Work with us, Gunny. Work with us, Gunny.
I love it.
All right. Yes, claimed that secondary VS has done 2 record reviews or sexually waited on the set. Okay. Well, definitely good luck with that claim. And Don, that is all the questions.
Look at that. We set a record here, personal best here.
Yeah. Remember that time I went live for 12 hours? I'm like, man, that was. Ooh.
I was thinking about that. I was like, man, I don't know how you guys did that 12 hours.
Well, we had a lot of breaks.
Yeah,
we did a lot of breaks. So David showed a video of his that was like 15 minutes. Then I would show mine like every 2 hours. And then we had people come on. But we got 60 people. Don won't be here with me next week. And I was intending to ask people this earlier. If
I'll be on with
you. You will be on? Okay.
I'll be in Texas, but I'll go live.
Okay. If you all want to come on with us live and ask your question, send us an email. I'm going to put it back at the bottom. Send us an email. And you can come on live with us. I was intended to do it today, and I totally forgot. Thank you guys. Happy New Year. Same to you. So we have 56 people. Let us know if you want to come on live. Send us an email, and we'll get you a link and let you know what time to come on. And we'll bring you on live to so you can ask us your question live.
Oh, I think we got one more. This is how it went last time too, right? We're chasing it.
Hello, Dr. Dwayne. No, I'm not a doctor. No. How do I claim sleep apnea as secondary condition to anxiety and insomnia when filing an intent to file? Well, you do your intent to file, and then you intent to file along with, right. So you do the intent to file, you get your evidence, and then you submit your claim. On the intent to file form itself, it doesn't ask you what conditions, but you can call 800-827-1000 and tell them you want to do an intent to file for compensation. 800-827-1000.
You don't have to specify what you're going to file for, right? But you got 12 months from the date they accept that letter.
Right. And people, if you're thinking about filing a claim, you have until next Wednesday, midnight,
to get it in.
Yep. For if you want to get paid for December. Now, they may be closed on the 31st. I think they're off. I know they were off the 24th and 26th. They're off today and Friday. So if they're off next Wednesday,
it takes you 5 minutes to complete.
Yep.
Yeah.
They only got you. That's if you call. Okay. You can start a claim on their website, not finish it. I don't know about that. Or you could submit a 4138. Not 41. Yeah, you can do a 4138. They may get it by next week, but if you call it in, you only got Monday and Tuesday of next week.
But take 5 minutes of your day.
Yeah.
Get it done in December. It gives you an extra month on the back pay.
Yep. I'm 58, sitting at 90. My disabilities are static. If I file for an increase, will I be subject to a CMP exam? Depends on what evidence you submit in, that you submit with your claim. I don't understand how to.
Whatever they're increasing, though, they're going to put them in the C&P exam. Yeah.
Or if they have like a DBQ, or if they got evidence that they can
Unless
use.
you're putting your own medical evidence forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're not labeling this how you're filing on your intent to file. You're just stating on the intent to file. It's a simple one form document.
Right.
You're just saying, hey, I'm notifying you that I'm preparing to file a claim. The secondary condition part, that's now what you're going to go develop once you have the intent to file in. So don't overthink it. There's probably a video up there, and one of those 803 videos out there about filing an intent to file. You're getting too caught up in your own head here. These are two different things. You get your intent to file in, take 5 minutes and do that Monday, Tuesday, then start working on developing your claim.
Right.
If you really want some help with it, you get that intent to file and you join us in the university that we're launching February 3rd. Because
I think I'm doing a couple of secondary claims in the book.
Yep. Yeah, you stack it up. I mean, in that one claim, that's part of Dwayne's book. He's filing a claim. He's walking through the entire process. And that one claim, you had like 8 conditions in there, I think.
I think it was 9.
You loaded it up, yeah.
And I chopped it down because I was doing like about 15. And I was like,
nah. You're not restricted from how many things you can claim at one time. It's just, can you have your ducks in a row? If you're claiming 9 things, do you have all your medical evidence? Are you prepared to go to your C&P exams? Are you ready to invest the time into getting that stuff done? So I think I only did 3 or 4 at a time when I was going through the process. But to each their own.
Yeah. I just closed my shades, and I was wondering why I was getting this glare. now my video looks a lot better. Wait a minute. Where did I leave off?
We had the intent to file guy was up. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I filed a mental health claim secondary to my service-connected chronic back pain for depression. Okay. However, it was deferred for adjustment disorder. If you submitted a DBQ, you needed a Nexus letter at that time. Deferred for adjustment disorder. You could have previously had claimed adjustment disorder or something. But people, what I want you all to understand is this. Stop thinking you only need a Nexus letter. Somebody let me know where you all getting this from, where you think you only need a Nexus letter if you're claiming something secondary or on a direct basis. Please let me know.
Even one of our medical partners, one of the sponsors, we had to talk to about that, right?
Yeah. I was like, what? I was like, so when you okay, I'm sorry about that. And somebody, so let me know where you all are getting this from. Where, as you know, like I stated earlier, if you just submit a Nexus statement and it's good to go, I would still schedule you for a C&P exam without obtaining a Nexus, a medical opinion.
Yeah, but this is like the 4th time it's come up in the last few months. I mean, it came up in our training call. It came up on the other live too.
Yeah.
Came up already today.
Yeah. So let me know where you all getting this from. I know you're not just calling you that. Oh, well, I appreciate it. I know it was no disrespect. But people will be like, Dwayne's telling people he's a doctor. Somebody called him a doctor and he didn't say anything about it. So that's why I said that. But I definitely appreciate it. I didn't take it as any disrespect or anything like that. But I definitely appreciate the compliment. Thank you, gentlemen. God bless and Happy New Year. All right. I submitted for medical records. I ETS in 1991 from NRC in November. And I checked status yesterday in the mail on 18 December. What a surprise. Okay, what did they say? What was the surprise?
Yeah, what was the surprise? Yeah. Fill us in.
All right, the ref, you're late. It is too, though, but you're way late. But we'll take it. They'll take it. All right. So everybody, that is it. We went 4 hours and 19 minutes. 4 hours and 19 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. In the mail to me. Okay. All right. Okay.
Well, let's end on a high note. Let's get one more book away.
All right.
What are we going to do for a question?
We got 53 people.
We're going to give away one more. Yeah.
And 3 people follow me on TikTok. Okay. All right. Okay.
How many likes? Did we get up over 100 likes? Let's see.
Did we?
We're right at 100. Look at that.
100. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to take mine away. 99. Sorry. Let's see. Should we do a Bitcoin price prediction question?
Say Bitcoin.
All right. Let's pull one of your movie quotes. Let's see. You like Rambo. You like Gunny Hartman. Let's see. Get Gunny Hartman quotes here. Ooh, 30 facts about Full Metal Jacket.
The squad leader. This is a 2-part question. The squad leader that wore the glasses, that was mopping the floor in the latrine with Joker. Okay. What was his nickname and which state was he from? Not real state, but in the movie where he said he was from. So it's a 2-part question.
Wait, his nickname?
His nickname and which state was he from?
Well, we got these laying around the house.
Yeah.
I think that's who it is. I think that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, but what? Yeah. I thought it was something else. Okay,
I might be wrong.
We got a lot of people coming in here. We got a lot of people new to your stream. Thanks for info. No problem. Rican, you at USMC. Ooh, Merry Christmas, everyone. Say I'm back. So it's connected to right knee. My right knee hurts now for the last month. So how long should I wait to file my right knee? You can do it now. Nope. Wait a minute. We got a winner. Chicken dinner.
Yeah, I was wrong. I looked
Cowboy,
it up. Yeah. Cowboy, Texas. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Cowboy. There it is. So
All right, U.S. Army grunt.
Yeah, you got the email. Do you see the email, Army grunt?
I hope so. Yeah.
Email
us at that.
We promoted you, Craig. We promoted you. You Gunny.
I got your email, Craig. Thank you very much. But U.S. Army guy, email right there, support@vabenefitsnavigator.com, your name and address, and I'll be sure to get your book out to you tonight. Well, I'll buy the book. Dwayne's got to do the shipping part, but he'll get it done for the next couple of days.
Shipping out. Yeah, probably go out Saturday. We shipped out yesterday. Mail didn't run today, but we got to
probably be back on Friday, Saturday, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they'll be back. My family will be back Friday. My son, he ships the books. That's his job.
That's right. Get it. He's got a job. That's right. Put him to work.
You got to work.
Well, it's been a marathon. We appreciate you guys joining us.
Yeah.
Let's drop a link one more time. We are going live on next Wednesday. We're also going live again on the 29th. Before that, if you want to join us, I'm going to drop a link down in the chat. On the 29th is going to be an early evening session, and we're going to be doing Q&A just about our university, our VA Claims University. That's going to be launching in February. So we're going to do all the Q&As about that. You know, we are the West Point of the VA disability claims world. We are an educator Institute.
Yep.
We are here to teach you guys about the process, about the game that you're playing. You're going to be playing chess, not checkers. You know, we're going to give you the roadmap, the blueprint, you know, get you educated so you can do this yourself, empower yourself. You don't need to rely upon other people, paid people. You know, let's get you going. Let's get you educated. So let me drop that link one more time. And then we got a couple winners today. We gave a few books away.
Yeah, and if you didn't win, but you still want the book, you got until next week. I put the link down there. You go to the store. You can buy the new book by itself. You can buy the bundle. You can buy my first book by itself. It's totally up to you. The coupon codes are good until next Wednesday. Okay. So if you get it in today, they'll ship by the weekend. You may get them, depending on what part of the country you're in, you may get them before, the 31st, or you may get them right after the new year. Okay.
Look at Stacy Baton still on here with us. Look at that.
I know, right?
Baton family in Texas. Good to see you guys.
Maybe she's got to your mom's house and she's like, hey, look, there's Don.
I got to get mom set up when I get out there. Yeah, get her.
So what did she call? She call you Don or she call you Donnie?
DJ.
All right.
Yeah.
DJ.
Don Jr.
All right. I'm a teacher. Can I work as a rater in summertime? No, you do. You don't want to be a teacher and then go work at the VA as a rater. You will go bald.
Although Johnny Rambo, in the time to come, we hope the university is going to be so successful and busy, we're going to need other teachers to work with us. So at some point in probably the near future, we're going to be looking to bring on and educate others on our processes, our proprietary processes. We are filing patents and applications, copyrights, trademarks around all of this stuff.
Yep.
And we would hope to have somebody like you on the team.
Yeah.
But we got to get through the first one. We got to do the first few ourselves.
And don't forget, there is a payment plan, people, so you don't have to pay all that up front. Again, we are super excited about it. I think our beta testers, we asked them, and somebody mentioned it when we first launched the software. Before we launched the software, before we went public with it. Public not meaning stop, but public meaning
it was Muddy Hill. That's who it was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Our Marine friend in North Carolina.
And he didn't even sign up. It's fun learning so much from you both, even if it doesn't apply to me. Okay. Thank you, Johnny Rambo. Okay, Craig. Yeah, cowboy. What state was you from, Craig? Craig. Off of Friday. Craig. You in there, Craig? You all can tell I love to watch movies. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, man, let me go. When I get done, I'm gonna give me something to eat and go watch a movie.
Go watch a movie. Yeah, decompress, man. But we love to do this stuff. I mean, it's great that we get to do this as a business and educate people. While Dwayne educates people, while Don's here for comic relief, basically. But I'm learning along the way too. I've learned a lot over the years from you. So certainly appreciate your knowledge and what you've done to build for the community here. So let's help more people.
Like I said, I love, and for those of you who don't know, I've been on YouTube well over 6 years, and Don was the one that actually suggested. He was like, "Man, you ought to start a YouTube channel," and I was reluctant. I was like, he kept asking, "You started yet?" I'm like, "Man,"
because you had been on for a little bit and you just didn't like it, or you didn't have the results.
I started it and I didn't post anything. I just created an account and I didn't do anything. So when I finally decided to pull the trigger after you suggested it, I went and tried to create an account with that email, and it was like the account is already created. I'm like, I was like, oh snap, I did. But after that, I ended up posting my first video, I think December 27th, 2019.
Yeah, I remember you getting your first 1,000, then 10,000. Then we watched you over the summer go from 80 to over 100,000 to now 130, over 130, I think.
Mm-hmm. I got my plaque November 5th of last year because I was headed to my son's birthday dinner. at American Social in Tampa, and I was like, oh, let me check the mailbox, and there it was. When flinching and they start a response, could we link that to our tinnitus? Most likely was caused by acoustic trauma. I flinch at loud noises or sudden movements. You would have to ask, Nico, you would have to ask a medical professional, because that would be like the nerves, right? And see if there is some type of connection. I don't recall ever seeing it being claimed that way. And I tell people, if it's not on that list, like we showed you earlier, where it's lab finding, I've service connected some crazy stuff that I didn't think it was going to get service connected, and it did. For example, I service connected a veteran for a left big toe fracture, secondary to tinnitus. So he was walking through the living room and the TV was on, and it was something noise like a loud screech, and it amplified the tinnitus. And he jumped and he hit his toe on the sofa table. Got service connected for it. I was like, hey, I think it was at 0%, but he got service connected for it. So let the VA tell you no. Now, if it's high cholesterol, you're not going to get that. Don't waste your time. But if it's something else, let them tell you no, because then they have to explain to you why they said no. And a lot of times they will give you nuggets in those rating decisions that you can use to come back in for supplemental claim and win. But sometimes veterans,
exactly what you need to do.
Yeah. It's done. Sometimes veterans are so pissed off about it being denied, as young people say, you fumbled the bag. Right?
Well, I got one more for you. Emily actually emailed, and she said wasn't able to post in the chat. She thinks you blocked her, but here,
no,
I know I'm messing with it. I just posted it in the chat for her, but see if you could read that verbatim, so I'm not fumbling the bag here. She's got a question about what this means off the VA website about ILS record unavailable response means.
Say that again.
Check it out in the chat, because I don't know how to.
Did she put it in the chat?
She emailed us in on the support.
I can't pull my phone.
What this?
Phone.
Oh, I just posted it in the chat on YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Did you block me too?
No, I'm like, I was about to say, I didn't get it yet.
Oh, never mind. I just
didn't hit submit. The same button.
I almost paid you. I almost sent you
what's going on with our veteran Marine Corps veterans today? Can't wait to get the gun.
He promoted.
Yeah.
I can't see his rockers there, but I think maybe he's a staff or a sergeant, maybe. But we got you, Emily. I got your email, Emily Nelson, and hopefully that makes sense to Dwayne.
I don't see it. I think I'm in.
Yeah, it just came up under Craig's last comment.
Yeah, it hadn't come through on mine.
What this file means in VA.gov about. Oh, he just answered your question again, Texas. I think he was looking on somebody else's paper.
Yeah. All right. I got the. Okay, so now I see his. Yeah,
that's weird. I just chatted in there. Yeah, it shows up in my feed.
Okay, I think he sent this to the wrong. Do you see Craig's email?
Yeah.
Nah, he sent it.
Oh, if you're
to,
in the inbox.
No, he sent it to the KMD89 info email. I'll forward it. So Craig must be connected with me somewhere else because he sent it to. He says, I don't
I
want to
got
say his
Craig.
address.
He's in our support one here too. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's Emily. If here, let me forward this to your KMD then, since you're in there right now. Are you in info or are you at yours?
You sent to mine, the main one.
Yeah, because I haven't heard that before. Oh, there we go. Army Grunt, we got your email as well. Says, great show. We appreciate that. We aim to entertain and educate.
It is totally fine for our buddy statements to not include their social. Yeah, that's fine. There is an actual form for lay statements. I can't think of the name of it. Which I don't think they asked for the social security. I think they asked for the vet's social security number. So make sure whoever writes a lay statement for you, a personal statement, buddy statement, they put your
social.
Yeah.
That way it's tied to your claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Because my comment's showing in my feed, but I'm getting the same thing that happened to Emily where it's just not showing up on your side.
Let's see. Hi there. Looks like I am unable to post on the live feed. I tried 3 times. Maybe I was blocked. No. If you are able to answer just a quick question, what this file means in va.gov about records unavailable response mean. Ooh.
Is that like a response?
Record unavailable response means. I don't know. So
it came Emily, up in Reddit. I got some stuff from Reddit. It's means the VA couldn't find your military exposure details like burn pits, toxins in the individual longitudinal exposure record, ILR, when reviewing your disability claim. But they'll keep looking as it's a crucial tool for PACT Act claims and links your service data to known hazards. If you could actually just do a Google search for that, take your ILR IES record unavailable response, just Google that. AI is going to give you a compilation of some answers here about that. But next comment down, you're going to see a veterans benefits thread in Reddit, and you can get into that a little bit more. There's going to be some good info for you there.
So they probably went out somewhere. They do what they call deepers. I don't know if that following deepers requests. VSRs do that. I never did one of those requests. They look for different medical records. Let's see.
But in the system, because it says this ILR program was launched in 2019 that tracks exposures for service members active during or after that time. But it's just not, you don't have data in that system.
Okay.
And they're looking for something on you. So the VA uses it to support your healthcare research, like Dwayne's saying, disability claims by providing evidence of exposure to toxins. Okay. But yeah, do a quick Google search of that. You know what? I got your email. I'm going to send you back a couple of links, but a quick search will kind of fill you in. Reddit subs are pretty good about that stuff too.
Just vet social security number should be on buddy statements. Yep. Best 3 tips to prepare for mental health CMP exam. Know what diagnosis that you have. If you're claiming PTSD due to combat, make sure PTSD period, know what the stressor is. If it's PTSD due to military sexual trauma, report it. Make sure you got evidence of that. You know what happened in detail, be able to explain it in detail. If it's PTSD due to military sexual trauma not reported and you have a marker, then you need to be able to explain what that marker is. Also know the diagnostic code criteria for the 0, 10, 30, 50, 70, and 100%, and be able to explain how that diagnosis has impacted you since service through your occupational life and your social life. I know there's probably more than 3, but start there.
Best tips, Lamont.
Is that the form there, VA Form 21-10210 for the buddy statement? She might be a VSR. Which regional office do you work at, Ms. Edwards? You can put the number. A lot of people don't know how to look the number up. Well, don't put the number. I don't want you to put out there which regional office you work at.
4138 support of claim.
Yeah, the 10210. I didn't look it up, but it's probably VA forms.
That's a lay witness statement form.
Yep, that's it. Yep. So Miss Edwards is definitely a VA employee. Well, thank you for the support. Now
didn't she win a book too?
Yeah, but she never sent you her email. What's your thoughts on 38 CFR 4.7 and reasonable doubt? Is 4.7 reasonable doubt? Received 30% for mental health, but felt it was lowball. I referenced 38 CFR 4.7. I asked Joe to consider this law for difference of opinion. That's not difference. That wouldn't fall under difference of opinion. I would be trying to figure out what evidence that was in my claims what evidence that was in my claims folder at the time it was adjudicated that shows I should have been 50, 70, or 100% for that mental health condition. So I would see difference of opinion if, let's say, the veteran submitted an actionable sufficient DBQ for increase. The rater wanted the veteran to go to a CMP exam. The veteran refused, and the VA employee denied it because the vet refused to go. Oh, I'm trying to think. Is that a good idea for difference of opinion? Yeah. And you do an informal conference and you ask them to grant it based off of difference of opinion and a couple of other 30 CFRs that I could think of. Whew. All right. So that is all the questions.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah. 4 hours and 42 minutes, almost 5 hours. And that fading fast.
We thought we were going to do like an hour or something today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, we'll be back next week live. Also, we got that Monday event. I didn't check Ignite to see if anybody we will be. Yeah, we will. That will be an hour. And we will be talking about, we'll be talking about the university, taking questions. For that, we will be on Zoom. I'm going to ask Don to block the chat and make people unmute their mic and ask their questions about the university software.
Zoom again, man. I got to get that sorted still.
Yeah. All right, everyone. So happy holidays, everyone. Be safe. Have fun. I'm going to go in here and I got to get some water, man. It's starting to get warm in here.
Pearl's pacing on the floor over here. So
yeah, so she ready to go outside. Yeah. All right, everyone.
Yeah. Happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah. Take care.
Take care. Bye, guys.
I used to work as a VSO. I knew it was something. I knew it. KMD to go. Okay. All right, everyone. Y'all take care. See you, Don.
Bye,
Have a
guys.
good Christmas, man.
See you. Bye,
All right.
guys.